Good evening and welcome to Richmond Public Schools School Board meeting. I now call this meeting to order. It is Monday, April 19th, 2021. Madam,
Rick, it lagged a little bit. We're gonna have to redo for the face.
no problem at all. Thank you for letting me know. Jonathan, there you are. I said, where is Jonathan?
I'm here.
All right, good evening. Let me know when you're ready, Ali.
Yes, ma'am.
Good evening and welcome to Richmond Public Schools School Board meeting.
Yeah, ma'am. Sorry, I was just saying yes. I heard you.
Okay, no problem. Act 3. No problem. Just give me a countdown then so I know.
Ms. Berg, Mr. Matthews is gonna do something on his end. It should connect, and he'll do the countdown.
All right, thank you.
Hi, good evening, Mrs. Burke and everyone. I think that we are now connected and ready to go. I will give you a countdown. Everybody ready?
Yes.
Okay. Let's go in 5, 4, 3.
Good evening and welcome to Richmond Public Schools School Board meeting. I now bring this meeting to order. It is Monday, April 19th, 2021. Madam Clerk?
Yes, good evening. This meeting is being held as an electronic meeting pursuant to and in compliance with Richmond City Council Ordinance Number 2020-093, adopted April 9th, 2020, and extended by Ordinance Number 2020-183, adopted August 20th, 2020, and by Ordinance Number 2020-232, adopted December the 14th, 2020. And the school board's resolution approved on April 20th, 2020. Simultaneous translation is being provided tonight in Spanish via Zoom, and the meeting notice contained information on how individuals needing translation services could obtain the service. The meeting notice also stated that the meeting would be a virtual meeting and would be live streamed for the public on the school division's Facebook page, and the link was provided. The meeting notice indicated that the board would not receive public comments in person. However, public comments could be submitted to the school board clerk, and at the email address for comments was provided. The agenda of the meeting was posted onto board docs. After the roll call, we will state how many board members are participating at the time of roll call. Mrs. Dorr,
Here.
Ms. White,
Present.
Mrs. Gibson, Ms. Gibson, Ms. Gibson,
I hear you. I'm just having a computer issue. I am here.
that's fine. Ms. Rizzi,
Here.
Dr. Harris Muhammad,
Present.
Mrs. Burke,
Present?
Mrs. Page,
Here.
and Ms. Jones.
Yeah.
Madam Chair, you have 9 board members present.
And Miss Collins, Jonathan is here,
Oh, Mr. Young, I apologize.
present.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. We're now ready to, again, good evening, everyone. And we're ready to move on to 1.02, adoption of the agenda. Is there a motion or any concern regarding the agenda, any addendum, whatever?
Madam Chair, I see Ms. Page and Dr. Harris Muhammad.
Ms. Page?
That was actually me. Sorry, I couldn't find the login. I'm changing my name.
Okay.
Sorry. I had Don.
like, what?
May I proceed, Ms. Chair Burke?
Yes, please.
Okay. I move to adopt the agenda with the following amendment. I propose that we move section 5.14, the reopening plan, to section 5.02. The reason being, I believe that this should be the most important thing that we're talking about. And the reopening plan comes after all of our board actions, including the facilities prioritization. And I feel that it's important for us to be focused on reopening first.
All right. We've heard the motion from Mrs. Liz Dorr. Is there a second?
Ms. Page,
Second.
And as we move into the discussion, Mrs. Dr. Muhammad, was there an additional motion, or it was in regards to this?
No, ma'am, I had a question. I had a motion to move the agenda, but Ms. Dorr had an amendment, and I have a question about the amendment.
All right, but we're open for discussion regarding the changing of the agenda from 5.02 to 5.14. Are you ready for the question? Dr. Muhammad, did you want to speak now?
Yes, ma'am, you actually repeated it because I could not hear Ms. Dorr.
Okay,
And so when you repeated the motion, you repeated what I needed. So thank you.
all right. Is there any other discussion? All right, it's been moved and properly second to move the agenda items, but to keep them both on the list, 5.02 to 5.14 and 5.14 to 5.02. Are you ready to vote? I'm ready to vote, someone stated. Okay, Madam Clerk.
Mrs. Dorr,
Yes.
Mrs. White,
Yes.
Ms. Gibson,
Yes.
Mr. Young,
aye.
Ms. Rizzi,
Yes.
Dr. Harris Muhammad,
Yes.
Mrs. Burke,
Yes.
Mrs. Page,
Yes.
and Ms. Jones.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you very much. Item number 2.01, recognition of the student representative. Superintendent Cameras.
Thank you, Chair Burke and school board members. It is my pleasure this evening to introduce you to Ms. Terry Lee, our school board representative for tonight. Terry is a senior at Franklin Military Academy and was recently named valedictorian for the class of 2021. She currently serves on my student advisory council and participates in the Mayor's Youth Academy and the volunteer service organization Links Incorporated. Terry's honors and recognition include Salvation Army Boys and Girls Club 2021, Youth of the Year, FMA Scholastic Standout, and the J. Sargent Reynolds Community College Dean's List. As an early college academy student, Terry will graduate high school with an associate's degree in social science. After graduation, she will attend Howard University, majoring in nursing. It is such a thrill and honor to have Miss Terry Lee with us tonight.
Thank you, Ms. Terry Lee. Before you give remarks, which I'm sure you have, I must let everyone know that Terry is one of my students from Chimborazo Elementary School, and she's a part of the Links Incorporated. So I've been working with Terry from kindergarten all the way through grade 12, and we are so proud of her. You represent the 7th District well. Well done. What would you like to share with us this evening, Terry?
Good evening, Chairwoman Burke, Vice Chair Young, board members, and Superintendent Cameras. It is a pleasure to be here with you tonight, serving as the student representative. I look forward to learning more about the board process. Tonight, I would like to share brief comments about 3 topics important to us students: our mental health, the physical setup of our classrooms, and graduation. Since the COVID pandemic, it's been difficult for students and teachers to deal with not physically being together. Students at Franklin Military Academy have been trying to create ways to have a check-in with each other. We wanted to find a way to have a spirited motivation across our student body through a daily morning battalion and other daily activities, but we have not been able to figure out ways in our school to do that. This has led to fewer opportunities for us to be kids with each other and keep our friends strong. This has also impacted our academic performance. Recently, our school lost a student. This has been a very hard time for our student body. We know that traumatic incidents like this significantly impact us and our academic performance. While we have guidance counselors to help us with academic performance, we do not feel that the same person is right to talk about our own mental health struggles. We would like to see RPS invest in additional mental health counselors so that we have trained mental health professionals always available to us when we need them. The Student Advisory Council has also recommended that counselors visit homerooms on a frequent basis to remind students of the mental health supports and resources available to them. If we have issues with academics, we need our main counselor to focus us on that. But if we have issues at home or in our personal life, we need a person who can focus on our mental health needs. Last November, I was diagnosed with anxiety and depression. Before I was diagnosed, I faced anxiety frequently. My counselor offered to hear my thoughts, but because I was uncomfortable, I politely declined. She further recommended me to a social worker who was more skilled in the field of mental health. It was very assuring to receive proper advice and assistance on my health problems. My second topic tonight is about supporting students' physical health and stress that we experience. Growing up at the illustrious Chimborazo Elementary School, I noticed that a lot of students had a hard time sitting still and focusing on their classwork. Our students would deal with a lot of anxiety and other issues that may affect their ability to focus, and can benefit from little fidgets or some other form of activity that allows their minds to focus. In elementary school, we have recess to stimulate and exercise our physical bodies, but as we get in later grades, we are sitting all the time and we have pent up physical energy. Breaks and movements activities are great, but I think that an innovative way to help students focus their minds would be to purchase desks with pedals on them or other forms of flexible seating. This will allow us to move our bodies while we learn. Guidance counselors could also provide students with different ways to handle the anxiety that we have. They can provide us with DIY stress ball kits, fidgets, and other resources to help with mindfulness, yoga, and meditation. Finally, I would like to address graduation and end of the year activities. So many students do not understand what the plan is for the end of our senior year. There are a lot of seniors from multiple schools in RPS who are wondering if we're having a prom and how graduation is going to work. Some of us feel that RPS is afraid to allow some small in-person activities like small senior trips and graduation ceremonies, but we do not fully understand why. The governor has said some of these activities can resume, so we do not understand why RPS isn't moving forward with resuming some in-person events that matter so much to us seniors. Thank you for allowing me to address my concerns.
Terry, we are so proud of you, so proud of you. Thank you so very much. You have been a stellar student since day one. And many thanks to your family who's been most supportive. Please know that we're very, very proud of you. And when you become that nurse, I know you want to travel the world, but please come back to Richmond and share some of your knowledge because you're already on the right track. Thank you. And I know Mr. Cameron wants to make closing remarks. And we know that you may have to leave early because you have school tomorrow. So stay with us as long as you can. I'll tell you about the rest later. Mr. Cameron.
Thank you so much, Terry, for your inspiring and thoughtful words. It's clear you must have had just an absolutely incredible elementary school principal who helped you along the way, and so many others since then. We're thrilled to have you here tonight and look forward to your thoughts throughout the evening and your reflections after the meeting. So thank you, Terry.
Thank you so much. Excuse me, I muted myself. Moving along to the next.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I'm sorry,
Miss
Ms. Page.
someone?
Yes, ma'am, Ms. Page.
All right, I'm
Yes,
sorry, Ms. Page.
Yes, I had a comment for Terry as well. I just want to appreciate her sharing her words about the importance of mental health, and especially during COVID, that is so, so critical. But thank you for sharing. And just on a fun note, I see that you're going to the other HU.
Oh, mercy. No, she didn't.
Congratulations. But
Terry
again,
knows
thank you.
about that. Terry knows about that HU,
Yes.
Hampton and Howard.
The real
Both of
HU.
Oh my, goodbye, Terry. Well done. Thank you, Ms. Page, for those comments. We're now ready to move to the next item, 3.01, public information. Who's reading tonight and who's keeping the time?
I'll be reading this evening.
Thank you. And Mrs. Collins is keeping the time?
Yes. Mhm.
Thank you so much. Proceed, please, Ms. Adasco.
All right. Susan Ream, keep George Wythe School on track. Paula M. Cooper, please continue new construction on the high school as promised. Continue to focus on our children's education and putting into place what is needed for ensuring a successful recovery from COVID-19 setbacks. Thank you. Reverend Robin D. Mines, greetings RPS. I am a 1976 graduate of George Wythe High School and supporter. As a community leader, I am asking that your focus not be on funding policy changes at this time, but to focus on reopening and staying on the promised schedule for the construction of the new George Wythe built in the 60s. Our students, faculty, staff, and community deserves better. Thank you. Tom Brunner. While I am a Chesterfield resident, we live directly across from the newly built Crestwood Farms Elementary School. The thought that a road will be built directly adjacent to the school property leading to a 20-story casino is horrifying. This bribe that Bally's is paying the city of Richmond to reportedly help Richmond City schools is a short-term boost for the long-term evils that a casino will bring to the residents of Richmond City. I'm appalled that city officials are so blind to the long-reaching evils that a casino will bring, including drunk driving, an influx of drug use, prostitution, and sex trafficking. And all of this a half-mile away from our new elementary school. Please support me in my opposition to a casino on this site, as well as any casino in our fine city. Sincerely. Monty Davidson, first email. Members of the school board, make building a new George Wythe High School and RTC a priority. Both buildings have outdated infrastructures with multiple issues that deter from a positive learning environment. RTC needs to be a state-of-the-art building which will attract students and make them proud to attend. Put words into action by renovating the Altria property and putting RTC in partnership with JSRCC there. The proposed calendar goes too late in June and the winter break is too short. Why are we moving away from having a calendar closer to what is being used by surrounding systems? Move parent-teacher conference to November 3rd in the afternoon evening. Make November 4th, 5th, and March 17th and 18th regular school days. Move parent-teacher conference to March 17th in the afternoon and evening. Make May 3rd a regular school day. Remove June 20th as a holiday since Juneteenth is actually on June 19th. Second email. School board members, thank you for your dedication and passion for RPS students. Please try to curtail the extensive preaching and introduction of resolutions not on the agenda. I am especially concerned about the April 12th resolution to oversee new school construction. Instead of creating new procurement and construction positions, which will cause unnecessary delay, allow the city to handle the new school construction process. If it is felt RPS needs to have a more hands-on approach to the construction, hire a director of construction and possibly a project manager to work with the city on each site. The focus of RPS should be instruction and services for our students, not overseeing all aspects of new construction. Rebecca D'Angelo. Hello, I hope you are all doing well. I write to express my support for Kenya Gibson's draft resolution that #Schools I also encourage school board members to create a resolution that funding for schools should not be entangled with casino gambling and that a new large-scale casino is neither necessary or wanted. In fact, I think it is straight up nuts that Richmond is considering this. Richmond is almost unrecognizable as the city I have loved for 30 years. I hope you will join me in my opposition to the casino proposals under consideration by City Council. In particular, I oppose the Bally's proposal, which would be located within my neighborhood where citizens have clearly stated they do not want to see their children to be exposed to the negative impacts of a huge casino nearby. I do not want to see a casino placed in any neighborhood whose families do not want it there. Please join me in standing up for our families and for Richmond overall. Thank you for your time. Some of these may be similar to what I read last week, and perhaps they were submitted again. Dear school board member, I'm writing you to express my support for Kenya Gibson's draft resolution that #SchoolsBuildSchools. I hope that school board members will work to create a resolution that funding for schools should not be tied with casino gambling and that a new large-scale casino is necessary and not wanted. I hope you will join me in my opposition to the casino proposals under consideration by City Council. In particular, I oppose the Bally's proposal, which would be located within my neighborhood. This location is in the middle of many neighborhoods, and schools and citizens have clearly stated they do not want it and do not want their children to be exposed to the negative impacts of a huge casino nearby. I do not want to see a casino placed in any neighborhood whose families do not want it there. Please stand up for our families, our school children, and for Richmond overall. Thank you for your time and consideration. Sincerely. Andrea Bryant. Happy Friday. I know it's late and you may not be able to read this until Monday, but is there any way you could change the schedule to look like Henrico's? It has most of the same holidays off, gives the entire 2 weeks for winter break, and ends a week earlier. Many of us teachers have students in Henrico, and the winter break difference probably affects most of us the most. I know it affects me. Also, I have heard from some of my Jewish colleagues about how important Yom Kippur is to their faith. The Henrico calendar provides that as a day off as well. I've included the link to the Henrico calendar just in case you want to look at it again. I figured you probably have already. Thank you for considering these concerns. Amanda Reisner. Good evening. I am writing this evening concerning the proposed calendar for 2021-2022. My first thoughts were, why are we going until June 24th? Why don't we have a full 2 weeks off for winter break, and Yom Kippur should also be included in the calendar? Surrounding districts were able to create an inclusive calendar and still have the 2 weeks off in December and get out a week earlier in June, and they even start teachers back later than we do. Why does our calendar look so different than theirs? Were any teachers consulted when this calendar was created? Because that first week in November seems like a waste of instruction time. My suggestion would be to make at least one or both of those holidays that week a conference and or teacher workday. Also, I don't feel that we need 2 days simultaneously in March. I have some other ideas about ways we can be inclusive but still get 2 full weeks in December and get out a week earlier in June, as do many teachers and staff members. If staff or family community input had been solicited, I know many who would have loved to have shared their ideas. Another thought would be for the local districts to work together to make a more unified calendar, because so many families live and work or play sports or do other activities across the districts. I wish that multiple calendars would have been proposed tonight and that all voices had been part of the calendar creation. Mims Scalen. I was shocked to learn that the 21-22 calendar does not include Yom Kippur, the holiest day of the Jewish year. I would have thought that by now this would be something that would just happen, just like Easter or Christmas. I would have expected things to be different than when my kids were in RPS. Our son started in 1977, and our daughter joined him 4 years later. Every year, we'd have to advise the schools that they'd be out for the Jewish holidays. And every year, the schools were surprised by that. Until they got to open high school, whose staff was like, "Of course it's on our calendar." I almost cried when they said that. To be recognized, wow. Come on, RPS, this is not good. Fix the calendar. Beth Almore, Christina Sienkowitz, Ann Forrester, Hope Armstrong Erb, same email submitted. Dear Superintendent Cameras and members of the school board, please include Yom Kippur as a holiday on the upcoming school year's calendar. Yom Kippur is the most sacred, solemn holiday on the Jewish calendar and is included on the calendars in both Chesterfield and Henrico County Public Schools. If that is not possible, please establish a policy going forward that RPS employees do not need to use personal days for religious observances. There are some simple ways to eliminate the extra week of school in June. 1, restore March 17th and convert March 18th into a combination teacher workday, parent-teacher conference day. 2, restore November 5th and convert November 4th, Diwali, into a parent-teacher conference day. 3, make President's Day a half day as it is in Henrico. 3A, turn October 15th and January 28th back into full days and offer teachers asynchronous opportunities to complete professional development. Or 3B, eliminate the October 15th and January 28th half days and turn Election Day into an unencumbered teacher workday and or PD day, as appears to be the case in Henrico. These changes would restore 3.5 days to the calendar and would eliminate the need to go one entire week longer in June. We also could consider making Easter Monday a regular school day, allowing staff and families that celebrate this holiday to do so without penalty. Going forward, we should do more community engagement to determine how many people actually observe this as a holiday. I come from a family of observant Christians going back generations, and we've never heard of this until it appeared on this calendar. Thank you for your time and consideration. Victoria A. Shivy. With regard to the casino resort development project, there are many, many nuances intersecting with Richmond's legacy of racism, overt, structural, and veiled, and the denial of social and economic opportunities to Black citizens. However, I hope you will consider watching this March 31st video from the leader of Bally Corporation stating his company's intentions publicly, and the link is shared. Sports betting targets youth. It is a projected $50 billion industry. Bally's Corporation's intent is to harvest as much of that market as it can until regulators step in. To do so, Bally Corporation created and is deploying a seamless and immersive combination of Bally's sports betting web apps plus Bally Sports Broadcast TV, Bally just bought Fox Sports, plus a bricks and mortar Bally Casino. To be clear, this has never been attempted before, neither in RVA nor in any other U.S. city. I vehemently oppose Bally's Corporation's plans for RVA. Here is a link to the National Council on Problem Gambling's new, March 31st, 2021, policy statements based on their recent study, and a link is shared. Bally Corporation's plans target individuals aged 18 to 24. Given this, the potential for harm and loss among RVA youth and families is immense. None of the other casino resort proposals, Urban One or Cordish, overtly link a suite of proprietary web apps plus branded broadcast TV to supercharge the impact of their projects. Thank you for your time. Sincerely. Gina Werfel. Dear members of the board, I am writing as a 5th District resident with a child at RPS. I watched the school board meeting last week and have to say that I am hugely disappointed in 2 things that happened. Number 1, the resolution presented without public review or comment, I certainly didn't know about it coming up, to have RPS be in charge of building schools. I cannot believe that passed. What happened to the transparency that some members of the board constantly advocate for? I guess when you're pushing your own agenda, whatever that is, transparency doesn't count. While it's great that there is an architect on the board, I personally think that doing this will distract from the purpose of a school board, which is to set education policy, and the purpose of the school admins, which is to execute it. You all are so pressed about data and improving it. How does building schools lead to that? Also, you want to hire 4 people to do the work of project planning that takes many more than that. In my opinion, this was a move set up to fail, as I am doubtful it will do anything but delay things further and be a reason to blame shift. Number 2, I am frustrated that the school board voted not to limit time on meetings and comments. As a parent who wants to engage with my school system, it is a challenge when meetings go till midnight with decisions still to be made then. By the end, everyone is trying to make decisions while exhausted. Half the comments are usually irrelevant and inappropriate to the agenda. I agree with what my rep, Ms. Rizzi, said. The agendas are way too long for the meeting to end at a reasonable time. I can't believe you all do this every week. Sincerely. Kristen Reed. Dear members of the school board, I see from social media that city leadership has called for a press conference on Monday demanding the repeal of the adoption of the hashtag Schools Build Schools resolution from April 12th school board meeting. I understand that the mayor's office will work to protect its own political interests, and I thank you very deeply for acting in the interest of our kids in RPS. I have worked as an educator for 20 years this coming August. No work in my life is more meaningful, and as a resident of Richmond, I've joined the public education movement here, whose parents, educators, and students have dedicated their off hours to the fight for world-class public schools for Richmond students. I know firsthand how hard external forces, political and financial, work to undermine community-controlled public education. I know how valuable the work is to protect it. Nothing could be more essential in 2021 than for our board to take back oversight of school construction. The conversation about Richmond's decaying facilities is decades old. We have seen in the last 4 years how dramatically city oversight of construction has failed our students. Overspending by millions on construction when our needs are so great that teachers run endless online fundraisers for costs as low as $200 is unconscionable. It robs our students of much needed resources and discredits the already challenging ongoing fights for more funding at the state and local level. Thank you, Ms. Gibson, for sponsoring this resolution despite significant political pushback. Thank you, Ms. White, for your firm defense of the district and the board's capabilities in managing facilities. Thank you, Dr. Harris Muhammad, for your grounding recognition that this policy brings us in line with common practice. Thank you, Mr. Young, for standing with RPS children and for always supporting robust democratic debate in board meetings. Thank you, Ms. Rizzi, for supporting this resolution and taking a firm stance against the use of schools to leverage harmful casino construction.
Time.
Adria Scharf. Please include Yom Kippur, September 16th, as a holiday this fall. Yom Kippur, the Day of Atonement, is the most sacred holy day in the Jewish calendar, and it is included on the calendars in both Chesterfield and Henrico County Public Schools. Most Jews fast all day on Yom Kippur and spend the day at synagogue. Pat, Levy, Lavelle, dear members of the board, in setting a calendar for the 21-22 school year, please look at Henrico's adopted calendar for 21-22, and the link is provided. It is a better model for RPS to follow than RPS's current draft for at least two reasons. First, it includes key religious holidays missed by RPS's current calendar. And second, it preserves 2 full weeks of winter break, which the current draft of the RPS calendar for the coming school year does not. That's an important mid-year break for everyone. It's especially important for families like mine that need to travel long distances to see our families over the holidays and so need to have the time and flexibility afforded by having those 2 full weeks off to make those visits workable. Thank you. Angela Cosby. Good evening. I am an RPS elementary school teacher and writing to express my opinion regarding the proposed school calendar for the 21-22 school year. I agree that we should recognize all major religious holidays and am proud that we will do so in the coming school year. I do not agree with the way these days off are affecting the proposed calendar. According to this calendar, students are in school on Monday and Tuesday of what has normally been the beginning of our winter break. In addition, students will be expected to be in school through the 4th week of June. I would like the board to refer to Henrico County's school calendar for their upcoming school year. It recognizes the same, more inclusive religious holidays as RPS. It allows for the full 2-week winter break, and their school year will close before the end of June. Please consider converting these religious holidays to teacher work days. Those teachers that celebrate a particular religious holiday should be allowed to opt out of the workday. The workdays already noted in the proposed calendar could be converted to school days. Thank you for your time and consideration. Robin Timmons. Dear school board members, my husband and I have 2 daughters enrolled in RPS and have a few concerns with the proposed calendar. Our biggest concern is having the year not end until June 24th. This is several weeks after the end of the year tests are completed, SOLs and AP tests. There is no need to have children in the classroom for so many weeks after the end of year tests are completed. We have heard this feedback from many teachers and agree with them. In addition, we have grown accustomed to the 10 school day winter break and would like to see that continue. I think that attendance would be very low for the short week, 2 days, which falls so close to Christmas, and that many families would appreciate the longer break. I respect and appreciate the additional holidays that the city has begun to accommodate, both Muslim and Jewish, and I would like to see this continue. Henrico was able to do this while also maintaining the 10 school day winter break, as well as finishing the year on June 18th. I would rather give up November 5th, President's Day, and the half days in order to maintain the above 2 requests. Sincerely. Stephen Strauss. Please add Yom Kippur, Thursday, September 16th, and Chinese New Year, Tuesday, February 1st, as holidays. These holidays could be recognized by merging March 17th and 18th together as a combination teacher workday and family conference, and by converting January 31st from a teacher workday to a student day. Brianna Herbert. I don't really think it's a good idea to switch the calendar like this right after the school year we had this year. We should wait until school year 22-23. A concerned citizen. So I guess anonymous. I will say I'm not a fan of this new calendar. I feel that it's just too much. Like we are trying to go back to normal, but this new schedule isn't normal. If we kept things the same, it would be so much easier for everyone at school. Please listen to our claims and use the original calendar. We already voted out the first calendar and you made a new one, which basically means we had no say anyway. This shouldn't be the same way. So please listen and just go back to normal. Ben Himmelfarb. Dear RPS School Board, I commend the board for adopting Kenya's Gibson's hashtag schools build schools resolution last meeting that would bring responsibility for and power over the design, construction, and project management processes in-house to RPS. As one experienced board member stated during the discussion last meeting, The need for a new George Wythe High School, among other capital projects, has been the subject of discussion and negotiation since at least 2002. The confused, manipulative rhetoric and press conferences related to George Wythe High School construction, along with the objectively dire physical condition of many RPS buildings, make clear that the process for designing and building at RPS must be reformed. The steps the board wants to take are in line with state law, common practice, and the will of the majority of Richmond voters who democratically elected our current school board. I hope the process of building out RPS's capacity and the design and construction of the new facilities proceeds with a spirit of unity and a shared desire to serve the common good. The narratives and insinuations by some that certain board members do not share a commitment to RPS's students, families, and staff are ill-advised and naturally incorrect. The notion that the school board is somehow incapable of managing complex projects or achieving ambitious, admirable goals is a relic of a tired, all too familiar style of politics that does not serve the public interest or the students, families, and staff of RPS. I am consistently impressed and humbled by the depth of insight, experience, and moral leadership I see from some members of the school board. I hope to see it continue and look forward to seeing hashtag schools build schools. RPS will be better for it. Sincerely. Micah Marshall. I'm writing to express my opinions on the proposed calendar for the 21-22 school year. I am a junior at Richmond Community High School. I do not support the current structure of the calendar. Many people expressed their opinions through the use of the survey, and the results showed that people did not want a schedule that reflects a year-round structure. Although this new proposal doesn't directly reflect the original year-round plan, it still goes farther into our summer break and cuts our winter break short. Many students, myself included, feel that our voices are not being heard despite our efforts to stand up for what we want to believe. So I think that the calendar for next school year should not take us into the 4th week of June and that our winter break should not be cut shorter. I believe a sense of normalcy is going to be greatly needed when we return to in-person school. So changing the calendar this year is not for the best. Thank you for your consideration. Madison Branch. Hello, school board. I hope all is well. This email is in regards to the new calendar proposal. My peers and I strongly believe that adding an additional week to our school year and adding more breaks wouldn't be beneficial to our educational needs. Various teachers and students have planned to have SOLs, AP tests, and various other things done, and a well-deserved break to begin. I have no idea on what we would be doing for another week of school and a longer school year, but I do know that many teachers, parents, and students have planned for the next school year because we all thought it was going to be regular. In conclusion, in all honesty, and all that we've been through this year, on behalf of many students in school, we believe that keeping the calendar in its regular state would be beneficial to us educationally, emotionally, and mentally. Betsy Milburn. Dear school board members, I'm writing to express my concern that there are missing data points to transcript presentation this evening. A, the timeline is being presented as mid-February when the issue was discovered. This would mean that my communications with Dr. Epp would have triggered parts of this when I have heard from local schools that this was unknown issue in late fall. This indicates a continued communication breakdown and systems breakdown in this office. How is this addressed going forward? B, as indicated, we asked schools to halt in sending out transcripts until we identified the issue and the extent to which it was universal. Again, this is in February, and over 50% of RPS seniors have already applied to college and transcripts sent out via parchment. To say only 2 high schools at the time had requested the GPA run and transcripts were not sent to colleges or issued unless requested is misleading in referring to the scope of this issue. I have an issue with this on a transparency note. It is very easy to quantify how many students had transcripts sent out via parchment by running an audit. This should not be devalued in the way it was in this presentation. C, I do not see where each student, parent, guardian has been notified that inaccurate information was sent out and also apologized to. This is very important. I am unclear why it is not important to this administration. D, I am glad to see the checks and balances, but do feel more work is needed to help parents, guardians, and students understand why a transcript and accompanying data is important. It is a final adjudication, of the student's time in RPS and therefore demands fidelity. I look forward to the above issues resolved going forward. Sincerely. Luke Day. Change that winter break stuff. Nobody's going to come to school. Cynthia Green. I'm wondering why RPS has not tried to make our calendar for next year look anything like the neighboring district calendars. Their winter break and the end of the school year in particular. The 2 days of school before winter break is really just a waste. The extra week at the end of the year seems a little too much, knowing that you're planning a year-round calendar for the following year that would begin in mid-August. It makes more sense to follow other calendars across our region. This would also help those who teach here but live in neighboring districts. It seems that you have really dropped the ball this year with planning a calendar for next year. I hope you are putting more thought and time into making sure we at least have a safe work environment when we return. Harold Aquino. I would like to thank the entire RPS community for showing so much support throughout my educational journey. I would not have been able to do it without teachers like Mr. Fung. I was wondering when Mr. Fung will be able to teach dual enrollment math and computer science at George Wythe High School. I wanted to take Mr. Fung's classes at Reynolds, but at times it was not possible. Would it be possible for Mr. Fung to be able to teach dual enrollment math and computer science classes at George Wythe in the future? Others have contacted my family to see if Mr. Fung could work with their students when they come to George Wythe. When I earn my master's degree, I would like to help Mr. Fung help out other students with dual enrollment so that they too can earn associate's degrees in computer science and mathematics. I would also like to thank RPS for the opportunity to be in the Early College Academy program and supporting me in this process as well. I know RPS would love to move students forward and expand the educational opportunities for everyone, no matter what zip code they are born in. Cody Camblin. Dear school board members and RPS stakeholders, I wanted to briefly take you all back to a school board meeting from early 2020. When the student representative visiting the board meeting had a chance to speak, he said he was excited about a new high school being built. However, what could we do to make schools better now? In 2020, RPS requested $17.1 million for its CIP budget, but was only granted $3.9 million from the mayor and city council. Many politicians ran for re-election, proudly claiming to have fully funded RPS, but I fail to see how anyone can make that claim after cutting $13 million from our CIP budget. The most frequent reason we are told we cannot build new buildings is because of our debt capacity. The United States has added trillions to our national debt for COVID relief, but City Hall seems to balk every time some school board member mentions changing our debt capacity. One would think we only need 5 city council members to agree to a change. Students and citizens don't care about our bond rating. My real estate tax assessments continue to increase. My patience for excuses does not. Let's debate about debt limits and broken promises, not casinos. Best regards. And that concludes the comments.
Thank you, Ms. Tedesco. Thank you, Ms. Collins, for keeping time. And thank you to everyone that wrote in this evening. All right, let's move forward. Number 4, Dreams for RPS 4.01, attendance, goal 8. Mr. Hughes?
Yes. Good evening, Madam Chair Burke, Vice Chair Young, school board members, and Superintendent Cameras. I'm bringing forth a student attendance update for the 120th day of school. Similar to this presentation a couple of months ago after the 90th day of school, we are looking specifically at our current chronic absenteeism rate. A student is on track to become chronically absent for the year when the student misses 10% or more of the school year. At the 120th day of school, which was March 25th, we identified the percent of students per school who had missed 12 or more days of school. As you can see from the bar graph on slide 2, our current chronic absenteeism rate remained unchanged over the last 30 school days. Now, we obviously hope we would continue to decrease the chronically absenteeism rate, but we plateaued. Yet we are optimistic that the attendance incentives that we've asked the board for and our budget transfer and our principals having clear plans for how to spend this money will allow us to finish the year strong. Now, in comparing our data now against this time last year, which is slide 3, I am pleased to report that we have improved our chronic absenteeism rate by 0.6%. Slide 4 breaks the data down into different subgroups comparing the 120 of day of school over the last 2 years. As you can see, there is a slight increase in the green, the percent of students who have missed less than 10% of the school year. This increase in the green accounts for our slight decrease in the chronically absenteeism rate that we saw on slide 3. The rest of the slides contain a school level analysis of the same data points over the same time frame. Madam Chair Burke, that concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hughes. Are there any comments or questions? Mr. Young, anything in the chat?
Dr. Harris Mohammed.
Dr. Harris Mohammed, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, everyone. Mr. Hughes, I have a couple of questions. What will be the mathematical process to calculate how the division will request state waivers for attendance? And have we started that process as a division?
Requesting state waivers for attendance. I don't think we would need to request state waivers for attendance as accreditation was suspended this school year.
Okay, so part B to that question. So how are we calculating, thank you for that. How are we calculating miss attendance for each grade level?
Okay, so
before you answer, was that clear? I just want to make sure it was clear.
Yes, it was, and I appreciate the question.
Mm-hmm.
And we do have the ability to calculate the attendance by grade level. So let me just give you a quick overview of how we retrieve these numbers.
Okay.
So I'm sure you know, I'm sure everyone knows that our teachers are responsible per state code to enter attendance, daily attendance, and they enter it to Aspen, which is our student information system. And then we have the ability, and I say we, me, different data associates on my team, others, have the ability to go into Aspen and run queries, certain queries to determine certain queries that help Aspen organize the data in a way it could be useful. So for example, if you and I wanted to sit down and go through Aspen right now and look at Barack Obama and say, how many second graders at Barack Obama are chronically absent? We can run a query that shows all of our second graders at Barack Obama and the current number of absences they have. And then we could take that as a percentage of the total number of second graders in that school. And we could see and we could calculate that number.
Okay. Follow-up question, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Because the high schools are on a 4x4, what period of the day is attendance taken? Is it, for example, is it taken second block? Is it taken, third block? And is that process, well, excuse me, it's not a process. Is that procedure the same in every high school? That's a 4x4.
It is the expectation that teachers take attendance at the high school level at every single block.
Okay.
That expectation was communicated in the attendance guidelines I shared with you all previously.
Mm-hmm.
And then the attendance is run around 5:30 each night. And when the attendance is run, it will update the daily attendance.
Okay, thank you so much for that. I do have a couple of more, but I'm gonna email them to you because they're long-winded and we have an extensive agenda.
All right, sounds good. I look forward to receiving your questions.
Thank you, dear.
Thank you, Dr. Harris Mohammed. Mr. Young, anyone else?
Ms. Rizzi and then Ms. White.
Ms. Rizzi?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Hughes, you said that more money was going to be allocated toward efforts to improve attendance. Is that right?
Yes, that is part of the budget transfer this evening that we are hoping that you all will pass.
Okay, could you describe some initiatives that you're working on to help with this?
Absolutely, this is very exciting. It's a wide range of activities from gift bags, bicycle and TV giveaways, passes to King's Dominion, treats such as pizza night, pizzas, other assorted gifts, trinkets. I mean, things that we expect that students would get excited, students and their parents would get excited about. But we did have each school team, each principal submit an individualized plan. I did review that plan. And so, I mean, I could share more details with you, but in a nutshell, that's what folks have been asking for.
Okay, so there is something on tap more than just the prizes and gifts. There will be other efforts maybe to reach out to families and.
Yes, yes,
Okay.
we would continue the efforts that we have been doing all year to reach out to families. But yes, some of this incentive money is not only for students, but it's also incentivizing, recognizing parents whose student has either demonstrated great attendance all year or demonstrated improved attendance.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Ms. White.
Madam Chair, thank you, Mr. Hughes, but I don't have a question because Ms. Rizzi just asked a part of my question. I have the answer. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much, Mr. Young. Any other questions?
No, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Mr. Hughes. Thank you very much. Item number 5, board action items. Number 1, receive for action the personnel actions. Mrs. Lee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This evening, the Talent Office brings forth the following personnel actions for your consideration: the nomination of 2 employees, the contract change of 3 employees, the resignation of 5 employees, the furlough of 1 employee, the returning of leave of 2 employees, and the name change of 5 employees. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Is there a motion to receive that report?
Madam Chair, Dr. Harris Mohammed.
Dr. Harris Mohammed, the floor is yours.
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. I move that we accept the personnel actions as presented.
Is there a second? Ms. Page?
Second.
It has been moved and properly seconded that we receive the personnel actions as listed. Question? Discussion? If not, we're ready to vote. Madam Clerk.
Mrs. Dorr,
Yes.
Mrs. White,
Yes.
Ms. Gibson,
Yes.
Mr. Young,
Aye.
Ms. Rizzi,
Yes.
Dr. Harris Mohammed,
Yes.
Ms. Burke,
Yes.
Mrs. Page,
Yes.
Ms. Jones.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Mrs. Lee. The next item is we moved 5.02 is received for action fall 2021 reopening plan. Mr. Cameras.
Thank you, Madam Chair and board members. I appreciate the opportunity to discuss our reopening plan. The document shared on Board Docs is very similar to the one that we discussed previously. I do want to note, most importantly, the update around the schedules that we would offer. We are proposing 2 options, and only 2 options at this point. One would be an in-person 5-day-a-week option, and the second would be a virtual option. We believe that this would both meet the requirements of the recent General Assembly action that was signed by the governor and provide our families with an avenue if they feel that coming back in person would not be something that they are comfortable with doing. Assuming board approval tonight, our goal would be to, in short order, begin communicating and soliciting from our families their decision as to whether they would want to take advantage of the virtual option. And if not, we will enroll families for the in-person option. That's my summary. Glad to take any questions that the board may have.
Mr. Young, are there any questions or comments?
Madam Chair, there is. Dr. Harris Mohammed, and then yours truly is prepared to make a motion her question and or other questions as a question.
Thank you, Dr. Harris Muhammad.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate, Mr. Cameron, the opportunity for our students to also have a 5-day virtual option, because I think one of the things that we have noticed during the pandemic is that we cannot continue to force children to learn out of the same box. So they have the option of face-to-face, they have the option of virtual. So I really do appreciate that. So my question is, and if you all answered this some time ago, I apologize, I do not recall, but how we're going to support teachers, because with providing the 5-day virtual option, there is the intensity to ensure that efficient planning and instruction continues to occur with our students that decide to remain virtual. So question one, what plans do we have in place to support those teachers that will have to teach hybrid and virtual to those students that are on their rosters? And my second question will be based upon your response to the first one.
Thank you for the question, Dr. Harris Mohammed. I do
Certainly.
want to clarify, teachers would either be teaching 100% virtually or 100% in person. So one of our core principles that we wanted to achieve is to not have teachers teaching both. We received a great deal of feedback from teachers, and in doing research about other divisions that have attempted to do that, the result has been, in essence, the worst of both worlds. Not a particularly strong virtual experience and not a particularly strong in-person experience. As I think many folks realize now, planning for virtual, even if it's the exact same content, is a different kind of planning than it is for in-person. And so honoring and recognizing that distinction, we wanted to bifurcate these two pathways. So if a teacher wants to teach as part of the virtual academy, then they will do that exclusively.
Got it.
If they want to teach in person, they will do that exclusively.
I got it. Yep. Thank you. I don't have a second question because you actually covered it in the first one. So that goes back to the in-depth discussion last week about the virtual programs that are approved by the Virginia Department of Education. And then those teachers will go through the process of working through those programs. Am I correct?
So for pre-K to 5, we would run our own RPS virtual academy where we would have RPS teachers teaching those students. For 6th through 12, we would pay the tuition for RPS students to participate in the VDOE's Virtual Virginia program. Again, that's a public program run by the VDOE. Those students would not have RPS teachers. They would have other Virginia certified teachers that the VDOE has hired.
Got you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Young,
Ms. Dorr, then Ms. White.
Ms. Dorr, the floor is yours.
Hi there, thank you. I have 3 questions. One is, thanks for the update on what to do when a school closes regarding quarantine. My question is that anecdotally, schools, daycares, et cetera, have been, get on the cycle of closing and then opening and closing and then opening. I'm hopeful that we can obviously mitigate some of that, but it does seem like we're probably going to be a year where we're going to need more substitute teachers than in prior years. And when we already have an issue with substitute teachers and acquiring them, wondering if you could speak to what, if any, planning is being done to make sure that we are fully staffed and prepared there. My second question is related to any efforts that we're undergoing to, and sorry if I missed this, to get high school students that are over the age of 16 access to the vaccine and vaccine information so that they can come to school fully prepared should they choose take the vaccine. And my third question is, I think the dashboard is only available in the executive view, not in the public view. So wondering if we can get that into the public view so that folks can look at it.
Thank you, Ms. Dorr. I'm going to go in reverse order. I believe the dashboard is on our website on the homepage, so it's publicly accessible to everyone. If that is incorrect, we'll make sure that it is taken care of, but we'll double check that.
When I log onto the executive, I can see it on board docs, but it just might be good to have on board docs.
Sure.
As I go forward.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't, it was an error to put it in executive, so I apologize for that. We'll get it moved. As for the high school students, yes, for the remainder of the year and through the summer, we will certainly publicize the availability of the vaccine down to 16 years old. I will tell you, I was on a call earlier today with some officials who are cautiously optimistic that Pfizer and Moderna will have their trials for kids down to age 12 complete soon, such that they may be eligible for the vaccine this summer, which would really take us down into middle school. So that is very exciting. But yes, we will broadly communicate that. And then on the substitute question you raised, that's a good one. And I know Ms. Lee is thinking through that, but we will certainly make sure to give it all due attention. I do want to note a lot of the kind of yo-yo open, close that we saw in earlier parts of this year has abated somewhat, largely because the guidance now is not to shut down schools, but rather a particular class. And so it is far less intrusive and far less of an infringement on the schedule. My hope and prayer is that with everyone being vaccinated and potentially down to 12 years old, the likelihood of even a class closing would be rather remote, but we will certainly take the feedback and ensure that we have the appropriate substitute coverage.
Thank you so much. Ms. White?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Cameron, I have a question on the Virtue. Is Virtue Virginia, is that the contractor that you used for summer school last year? Is that the Virtue Virginia?
No, I don't believe so, but I would ask Dr. Epp to weigh in on that.
Good evening. No, Virtual Virginia is not who we used last year. That was our partner, the YMCA, and our teachers that we used for last summer.
No, I'm talking about the last summer when you had Virtue. You had Axum and you had a university, Virtue.
Oh, PCG. We did not use, those were tutors that we used, but we did not use Virtual Virginia. We used our current partners with, we had our tutors, our tutoring partners, and then the YMCA was our partner as well. So the same program, but we did it virtually.
Okay, but Mr. Cameron, I want to go back since you have identified that for me, Dr. Epps. Thank you. Mr. Cameron, what action plan is it for children that for that type of virtue learning? And there's children that are very used to their teachers, and they need assistance. And going into Virtue Virginia, not having assistance. And I want to talk about one of my schools, which is the alternative schools. How is that going to, what is the action plan for that with Virtue Virginia?
Well, we would still ensure that students' needs are met. So if that means additional support for exceptional education or ESL services, or if there was a one-to-one aid that was necessary, we'll still make sure that the students get whatever services they need. If it can't be provided by Virtual Virginia, then we will address it, of course.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Mr. Young.
Madam Chair, I would move adoption of the fall reopening plan as presented.
Is there a second? Dr. Harris Mohammed?
Excuse me, I second.
It's been moved and properly seconded that we accept the fall 2021 reopening plan. Are we ready to vote? Ms. Lilly?
I'm taking the vote.
Yeah, I said Ms. Lilly.
Okay, I'm sorry. Oh, Ms. Dorr,
Yes.
Ms. White,
Yes.
Ms. Gibson,
Yes.
Mr. Young,
Aye.
Ms. Rizzi,
Yes.
Dr. Harris Mohammed,
Yes.
Ms. Burke,
Yes.
Ms. Page,
Yes.
Ms. Jones.
Yes.
Your motion passes unanimously.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lilly. Moving on now to 5.03, Head Start Grant Report.
Dr. Ep, do you want to say?
Yes, are you gonna,
Well,
okay, we don't
you
have,
presented the grant at the last meeting, so why don't you just take questions if there are any questions?
yes, thank you. We've uploaded the final grant application, and we received no feedback from the board. We worked with the policy council to make some final changes. Are there any questions?
Mr. Young?
Dr. Harris Mohammed.
Dr. Harris Mohammed?
Yes, ma'am, Dr. Ep, thank you. How was the council, in finalizing this, was it everyone okay with what you presented, you know, what we have together? Or were there any major changes that they suggested that we look at?
Thank you, Dr. Harris Mohammed. There were no major changes from the previous year. The Policy Council did vote to approve this this renewal application.
Okay.
Ms. Burke, I don't know if you wanted to add anything. You were at the meeting, but I believe the Policy Council voted to. I mean, we wouldn't bring it to you if they hadn't approved it, so they have voted to approve it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions, Mr. Young? If not, may I get a motion? I'm sorry.
Yeah. No, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I would, well, actually, Harris Mohammed has a motion, ma'am.
All right, Dr. Harris Mohammed.
If there are any other concerns or questions from my school board colleagues, I'm prepared to provide a motion.
Please move forward.
Thank you, ma'am. I move that we accept, I move that the Richmond School Board accept the Head Start grants for the 2021-2022 calendar year as presented.
Thank you. Ms. White?
Second.
Thank you. It's been moved and properly seconded by Dr. Harris Mohammed and Mrs. White to approve the Head Start grant as submitted. Are we ready to, any discussion? Are we ready to vote? I don't know whether Ms. Collins is back. Ms. Collins? All right, Ms. Lilly?
Ms. Dorr,
Yes.
Ms. White,
Yes.
Ms. Gibson,
Yes.
Mr. Young,
Aye.
Ms. Rizzi,
Yes.
Dr. Harris Mohammed,
Yes.
Ms. Burke,
Yes.
Ms. Page,
Yes.
Ms. Jones.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you very much. Next item, 5.04, receive for action the Carl Perkins grant. Dr. Ep?
Thank you. That is me again.
Yes.
Similarly, there are no changes to the first read. I did not receive any feedback from the board or the public on that. So I will take any questions and ask for your approval this evening.
Mr. Young, any discussion? Any questions or
No,
comments?
None whatsoever. There is
All right.
a request from Dr. Harris Muhammad.
Dr. Harris Muhammad.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Excuse me. I move that the Richmond School Board approve the 2021-2022 Perkins Grant as presented.
Is there a second?
Second.
It has been moved and properly seconded by Dr. Harris Muhammad and Mrs. Page that we accept the grant as submitted. Are we ready to vote? Ms. Lilly?
Ms. Dorr,
Yes.
Ms. White,
Yes.
Ms. Gibson,
Yes.
Mr. Young,
Aye.
Ms. Rizzi,
Yes.
Dr. Harris Muhammad,
Yes.
Ms. Burke,
Yes.
Ms. Page,
Yes.
Ms. Jones.
Yes.
Your motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next item, 5.05, receive for action, naming of John Marshall High School gym and field. That is Mr. Cameras.
I believe Miss Gibson
Okay.
would like to share that.
Ms. Gibson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So there are two resolutions to be voted on this evening regarding renaming the football field and the gym at John Marshall. And I'd like to read letters that were sent by the principal of John Marshall, Ms. Murray, if I could.
Yes, please.
First, regarding renaming John Marshall's football field to the Louis Lou Anderson Jr. Field. Greetings. It is my great honor and hope that the school board of the city of Richmond will allow the administration of John Marshall High School to name our football field the Louis Lou Anderson Jr. Field. Lou Anderson graduated from Maggie Walker High School in Richmond, Virginia in 1955. He earned an associate's degree in social science from Kittrell Junior College in North Carolina before moving to Claflin College in Orangeburg, South Carolina, where he was the captain of both the football and basketball teams. He graduated in 1961 with a bachelor's degree in social studies. Anderson began his teaching and coaching career at the Luther H. Foster High School in Nottoway, Virginia. As a government teacher, assistant football coach, and assistant basketball coach, his first head coaching opportunity came in 1970 when he returned to his alma mater, Maggie L. Walker, to replace his mentor and former coach, the legendary Fred Cannonball Cooper. Anderson, who taught history at Maggie Walker, led the Green Dragons to a 10-0 regular season record in 1975. In 1979, Anderson was hired as head football coach at John Marshall High School, which later merged with Maggie Walker to become Marshall Walker High School. Over the next 10 years, he led the Cavaliers Justices to 6 district championships and 2 regional championships. Twice, his teams reached the state semifinals, and his 1987 team went undefeated in a regular season play, posting a 9-0 league record and 11-0 overall. Anderson spent his final season at Armstrong High School before leaving for Virginia State University. When Lou Anderson retired from coaching following the 2001 football season, it concluded a coaching career that was successful at both the high school and collegiate levels. Coach Anderson has built a legacy with many memorable accomplishments. One of his most memorable was being inducted into the Richmond Public Schools Athletic Hall of Fame, John Marshall Class of 2015. In closing, Coach Anderson took pride in the academic and athletic success of his players. He stated, quote, "I like to see players excel in the classroom and on the football field. Getting an education is the main reason for them being in college. So my main thrust is to gear players towards getting a degree." On behalf of the John Marshall High School family, we would like to honor Coach Anderson by presenting with him his roses so he may be able to smell and enjoy them with his family and friends. I would like to respectfully and formally recommend the John Marshall High School football field be renamed to Louis Lou Anderson Jr. Field. Respectfully submitted, Ms. Monica Murray. And I would also like to read the letter in regards to naming of John Marshall Gymnasium to Frank Threats Jr. Gymnasium.
Coach Threats.
Thank you. Madam Chair. Greetings. It is my great honor and hope that the school board of the city of Richmond will allow the administration of John Marshall High School to name our gymnasium Frank Threats Jr. Gymnasium. Coach Threats began his career in 1962 and dedicated himself to the students and community of John Marshall through basketball from 1970 to 2010. His teams have won the tournament championships, state runner-up during the 1992-93 season, and laid the foundation for the multiple state championships we have today. Through his teaching, various players have received all district, all region, all metro, all state, and all American honors. Coach Threats was recognized as the Coach of the Year for the Colonial District, the Central Region, as well as the VHSL, while amassing a record of 559-343. He was also awarded a Lifetime Achievement Award from VHSL for having accumulated nearly 600 victories in a coaching career that spanned over 40 years. Coach Threats served as a trusted advisor and role model for many young men and women in the community, not only as a coach, but also as a devoted member of Mount Olive Baptist Church. Many men who were coached and mentored in the John Marshall basketball program are productive members of society and our community today. Sadly, Coach Threats passed away in 2015 and was not able to witness this dedication. However, we would like to ensure that his legacy lives forever in the place he served so faithfully. Certainly, this is an honor that few are deserving of and even fewer receive. On behalf of the John Marshall High School family, I would like to respectfully and formally recommend the John Marshall High School Gymnasium be named Frank Threats Jr. Gymnasium. Respectfully submitted, Monica Murray. And with that, I would like to motion that the board approve the resolutions to name the John Marshall Gymnasium and John Marshall Field, as noted. I'm sorry, my brain just is blocked, but that we vote to approve the resolutions as stated. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. I'm sure we all know of those two legends.
Yes.
Forever and ever. And I'm so appreciative to say that both Mr. Anderson, who is alive and well to see this, his son works in the 7th District, his son and his stepson, I believe, work at Armstrong High School, and Coach Threats' son works at Armstrong High School as well. So I'm glad they kept the legacy going within Richmond Public Schools. Coach Threats was a fine gentleman, knew him before he came to Richmond City as a coach. Lou Anderson, I think every generation in my husband's family and so many in Richmond know him as a living legend. So kudos to you, Ms. Gibson, for bringing that before us. And at this time, if there are any comments, Mr. Young, we'll receive them at this time. If not, we're ready to vote. Ms. Don Page?
Ms. Page.
I'm sorry.
I seconded, Madam Chair.
Okay, who made the motion?
Ms. Gibson. I thought she
I'm
made
sorry.
the motion.
Thank you. Thank you. I've gotten excited.
That's all right. Yeah, we're all
It's been
excited.
a long time coming. This is
awesome.
a long
Yes.
time coming. Yes.
Yes.
All right. Ms. Gibson made the motion. Thank you, Ms. Motion. Dr. Muhammad made the second.
Madam Chair, I think I made the second. I second the motion first.
Okay. I thought you had a comment. All right.
I do.
Okay.
Second and comment.
Okay. So we are dual seconds here. Okay. All right, Ms. Page, your comment, and then after you, Ms. Page, who's next, Mr. Young?
Madam Chair, I believe Dr. Harris Muhammad also had a comment and/or second.
Okay. After I saw Ms. White's name, did I see Ms. White's name? I didn't.
Yes, you did.
Okay, Ms. White, we're just getting all excited. We all want to be a part of this historic moment. Okay, so we'll start with Ms. Page, then Dr. Harris Muhammad, then Ms. White.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to say that I fully support both of these resolutions. I have personal experiences dealing with Coach Anderson, not as much with Coach Threets, but Coach Anderson, coached my husband, football at Marsh Walker. I know so many young friends of mine and young men that he was very instrumental as a coach. He was more than a coach. He was a coach, father, uncle. He was just so supportive of our young men. And I don't think we'll ever have another one like Coach Anderson. And I'm sure that my husband and so many of the players that played for him would totally agree, as well as Coach Threets. So again, I totally support these resolutions.
Thank you, Ms. Page. Dr. Harris Muhammad?
I just had a second, but I totally support these resolutions, absolutely.
Thank you, Ms. White?
I also totally support this resolution, but I would also like to make a comment. Not only were they inspirational to the young men, but they were also inspiration to the young women. I know both of them personally. I was a Cavalier, blue, green, and white, John Marshall. And I know both of them personally, playing on the basketball field as well as out on the track running. So I do this legacy hold, and this is an honor, and I support it 100%. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Congratulations to both, but let's carry this motion. Are we ready to vote? Madam Clerk?
Mrs. Dorr,
Yes.
Mrs. White,
Yes.
Ms. Gibson,
Yes.
Mr. Young,
Aye.
Ms. Rizzi,
Yes, yes.
Dr. Harris Muhammad,
Yes.
Mrs. Burke,
Yes.
Ms. Page,
Yes.
Ms. Jones.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you so very much, and congratulations to the John Marshall High School and its illustrious principal for bringing that before us. And I hope this will also help us to continue to support our athletic departments across the city of Richmond and Richmond Public Schools. Well done, well deserved. Moving forward, 5.06, receive for action the school board meals budget reallocation. We need a motion. We discussed this at the last meeting. I know there was discussion, my other computer went down, discussion in the last meeting that we divide the 9,000, oh mercy. Oh, what's the amount? Is the amount in front of you all? It's over 9,400 some odd dollars, I believe. That will be divided amongst the 9 districts for us to utilize this school year for our schools or programs of professional development. So if we can get a motion to address that, that would be greatly appreciated, and we can move forward and get that done.
Madam Chair.
Is there a motion, Mr. Young?
Yes, ma'am. I think our first up is Dr. Harris Muhammad, and then I saw Ms. Gibson.
Dr. Harris Muhammad?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Chair. Do we have the exact amount so I could have that in the motion?
Yes,
Okay.
I'm trying to pull it up now. It's 9,000, and I thought it was in my notes, but it'll be back in the old board docs. It's not in the attachment. While we try to get that together, who else had a comment?
I thought I had it in my notes.
Yeah, I have it in my notes, but it's not in front of me. Mr. Young, who was the other person after?
Ms. Gibson.
Ms. Gibson, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was offering to motion as well.
Okay, here it is. I found it. $9,765 even.
Okay.
So the amount is $9,765. So
Mr. Gibson, you typed it in the chat. Would you like to proceed with your motion and I can second it?
Well, thank you, Ms. Dr. Harris Muhammad.
So I motion that the school board meals budget line item in the amount of
$9,765
be redistributed to school board activities funds equally among all 9 board members.
Dr. Harris Muhammad.
A second.
It has been moved and properly seconded that we move from our meals budget to our each district's budget, the amount of $9,765 from our foods budget. Are we ready to vote? Madam Clerk?
Mrs. Dorr,
Yes.
Mrs. White,
Yes.
Ms. Gibson,
Yes.
Mr. Young,
Abstain.
Ms. Rizzi,
Yes.
Dr. Harris Muhammad,
Yes.
Mrs. Burke,
Yes.
Mrs. Page,
Yes.
and Mrs. Jones.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you very much. Moving forward, 5.07, receive for action school year 2021-22 calendar.
Thank you, Madam
Mr.
Chair.
Cameras.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And school board members, I present to you the proposed calendar as it was uploaded on Board Docs with the following adjustment that I am proposing. Thursday, September 16th as a day off for Yom Kippur, and in exchange turning March 17th into a regular school day. I'll repeat that just so it's clear. Turning Thursday, September 16th into a day off in observance of Yom Kippur, and in exchange turning March 17th, also a Thursday, into a regular school day to ensure we have 180 days of in-person instruction.
All right, can we get a motion, please, to receive the 21-22 school year, making September the 16th a holiday and March the 17th a regular school day? Is there a motion?
Yes, ma'am, Ms. Page.
Ms. Page, the floor is yours.
Yes, I move that the Richmond School Board approve the school year 2021-22 calendar.
With as amended.
Right,
It's
as
just-
amended.
It's corrected, thank you. Is there a second? Mr. Young?
I'm waiting, not yet.
Would you be so kind, Mr. Young?
Madam Chair, I'm actually going to vote no because of my previous stated position on year-round school.
Mr. Young, okay, all right. Okay, I'll be the facilitator tonight. Is there a second? Somebody?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Rizzi. It has been moved by Ms. Page and seconded by Ms. Rizzi to accept the calendar for the 21-22 school year, September 16th and March 17th changes. Are we ready to vote?
There are.
Ms. Gibson would like to speak. Ms. Gibson, the floor is yours before we move forward with the vote.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair. I think Ms. Dorr preceded Ms. Gibson,
Okay.
if I'm not mistaken.
All right, we're discussing Ms. Dorr and then Ms. Gibson.
Hi there. I have appreciate that we're moving to executive summaries and giving time for discussion. I think it would be helpful refresher on the process for developing the calendar. If someone could just update kind of the process and how much feedback we've gotten, et cetera. And then I have a couple of questions regarding some of the comments that folks wrote in about that I was hoping you could help clarify. One is the weeks of time around the holidays and why we are not matching our surrounding counties in regards to 2 weeks off. 2 is in regards to the week after June, and then 3 is in regards to Easter Monday versus Good Friday. I suspect that is related to some feedback that we received from our
Latinx community, but just was hoping you could help clarify that. Finally, I want to thank the superintendent's addition of Yom Kippur, and I'm in full support of that.
All right, thank you, Mr. Cameras.
Yes, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Dorr. Yes, we received feedback around the significance of Easter Monday from a number of different communities. As for the difference in our calendar from, say, Henrico's and Chesterfield's, the core of the issue is that we have proposed to give the religious observance days off. In Henrico, they do not. It is not an instructional day, but it is a teacher work day or parent conference day or professional development day. That is the salient difference. We felt that because religious diversity is primarily represented right now in our staff as distinct from our students, to have a non-class day but still have teachers work would undermine the very purpose for having those days off. So we are actually doing more than the counties are doing. But of course, there is a cost to that, which is it stretches out the calendar ever so slightly. We are also giving full days off for parent conferences, as this is something that we have heard time and time again from our families that they wanted, so that there's a great deal of flexibility. The counties are not doing that. Again, they are conflating the religious holidays with parent conferences and teacher work days. This is something which we heard very clearly over the last couple of years from our teachers that they did not want.
Thank you. Was there another question? Was that it all, Ms. Dorr?
Yes, thank you. I understand there are hard trade-offs as it relates to every calendar, so I appreciate you clarifying.
All right, and I think the next person, Mr. Young, is Mr. Gibson, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Ms. Gibson, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I appreciate the additional insight regarding the process and talking about the county schedules. You know, I think a lot of the comments that we heard during public comment regarding, you know, shortening winter break and the likelihood of many students, you know, not attending those 2 additional days of school, and then also the extended duration of the year, you know, happening after SOLs, and you know, how you know, helpful those additional days would be at, you know, so late in the year, I think are notable concerns. And also, you know, other holidays that have still been left off. And I wonder if it's worth looking at how the district is able for employees to have some flexibility in the time off that they would like to do for religious observation. I plan of not voting in support of the calendar, and what I think the biggest issue that I have is, you know, whether the Henrico calendar or the Chesterfield calendar is perfect, and I'm sure it's not. What did happen is it was adopted and discussed a lot sooner. Those calendars were adopted in September, you know, last summer, giving families and staff lots and lots of time to plan accordingly. I think it was clear that the district wasn't prepared to make huge changes to the calendar, which is why we did not move forward with all year. And now here we are 5 months before the start of the school year, still discussing the calendar, which I think is unfortunate. I hope that moving forward, we take learnings from this year. And if we are looking at making sizable changes, that we don't just put one option on the table, that we allow folks to be able to respond to a few options, because you know, it put our back against the wall, and now we are truly behind in terms of adopting this calendar, which I think is unfortunate all around. You know, that said, I certainly embrace the additional religious observation, and you know, and I'm thankful that there has been time and consideration towards that. But all in all, I think we could have done this a lot better. Thank you.
Who's next, Mr. Young?
Dr. Harris Mohammed, then Ms. White, then Ms. Page.
All right, Dr. Harris Mohammed.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Chair. My question was actually answered when he was answering a question from another board member. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. White.
Yes, Mr. Cameron, I just want to make sure that we have identified all the religious days that we need to put on this. And I also want to make sure that, I know we have a lot of teachers who teach outside of the Richmond locality, that everything is covered because I know they have children who also goes to school in other localities. So I want to make sure that we have met all of their needs on this calendar. Can you say that we have?
I'm not sure I could speak to every teacher's needs. You know, our calendar is similar in many ways. It is different in some. You know, I think as we have discussed as a group, we have some similarities to the counties and some very significant differences. And so I think we should recognize that we don't need to necessarily mimic everything that the counties do. You know, I'm proud of what we put forth, which is actually, I would argue, more respectful to our staff and students as it pertains to religious observances than what the counties have done. I don't begrudge them for how they've approached it. But truth be told, those are not days off for staff in Henrico and Chesterfield. And I'm proud that we are pushing further. And yes, there is a cost to that. It does lengthen the year by a week. But I do think that is a price we should be willing to pay to fully live up to our values of being a truly inclusive school system.
Well, that's exactly, but I want to make sure that everyone's is inclusive, that this calendar is inclusive, especially religious. So that's why I'm asking, is have you identified every, I don't want someone to write an email and say that, you know, we forgot their religion. So I want to make sure that we have that. Because this was one, one of them you just forgot. You forgot the one of the most religious for the Jewish. You went for the New Year, but you didn't go for the fast. So I want to make sure that we have that before I vote on this calendar. That's just what I want.
Yeah. So I'm certain that there are religious holidays that are not on this calendar. And some faiths that are not represented. Unfortunately, we do need to draw a line somewhere. I do think with this calendar, we are now representing the overwhelming majority of the faiths represented by our students and staff. On Yom Kippur, I do want to note, as this is a holiday that I observe, it was not forgotten. It was not included because we had included Rosh Hashanah, and so in an effort to be equitable, had not also included Yom Kippur. However, given that Rosh Hashanah in essence is falling before the start of the school year, I was proposing the change to include Yom Kippur. I, for one, am grateful to have the change, as it is a day that I always take off and fast. So I'm delighted to be able to bring that to the board for consideration.
Thank you so much. Mr. Young, anyone else?
Ms. Page.
Ms. Page.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I really have a question. Superintendent Cameras, and you probably can respond, provide this information. So we started the discussion regarding the calendar when?
Long time ago.
Well, many months ago regarding our year-round proposal. Once that the board voted to not proceed with that is when we shifted towards this more traditional calendar.
Okay, but we also, We've also had staff participation, regarding feedback in regards to the calendar. We've had public comments.
Yes, Ms. Page.
Okay, so I just want to make sure that we have done our due diligence in following good governance, transparency, and best practices. I just want to make that clear for the public. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Page. All right, any other comments, Mr. Young?
Yes, ma'am, Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones?
Thank you, Chair Burke. I just wanted to applaud the administration for making these changes and being as inclusive as they possibly could be. As a fellow New Yorker, we've always celebrated those holidays. And so even when I moved to Richmond, I was kind of surprised why the school system didn't celebrate them. So to see this change is makes a big difference. And I just wanted to applaud you all for doing that. And we've always gotten out of school the end of June. And so again, when we got out the second week of June, I was like, wow, this is a celebration. So I do understand the difference between including the holidays and making the schedule or the calendar last a little bit longer. But I just wanted to applaud the administration for the inclusivity.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Jones. All right, are we ready to vote on the motion to accept the calendar with the September 16th, March 17th changes? We had a motion by Mrs. Page, correct?
Yes.
And seconded by Dr. Muhammad? Or seconded by Ms. Rizzi? Correct? Madam Clerk? Thank you, Ms.
that is
Lilly.
correct.
Okay, thank you. All right, we're ready to vote.
Mrs. Dorr,
Yes.
Mrs. White,
Yes.
Ms. Gibson,
No.
Mr. Young,
No.
Ms. Rizzi,
Yes.
Dr. Harris Muhammad,
Yes.
Mrs. Burke,
Yes.
Mrs. Page,
Yes.
and Ms. Jones.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you so very much. Now we move forward to adding, we could have just included that with this. Why? Receive for action the adjustment of adding Juneteenth, which is a national holiday, correct? All right, Mr. Cameras.
Yes, Madam Chair. I would be delighted if it were a national holiday. It's
What
a
is it, state?
Virginia state
Okay,
holiday.
well, it should be a national one, but go ahead. That's my personal opinion.
Given that it is now a state holiday, we wanted to amend our current year calendar to give June 20th in observance of June 19th, which is Juneteenth, off for our current school year.
I know everybody on the board knows what Juneteenth is, but is there someone that would like to be so kind as to explain? I'm going to get emotional if I start sharing it. Does someone want to be so kind as to share what Juneteenth is? Any board member would like to volunteer? Okie dokie. Ms. Page?
I'm going to say you, Madam Chair. I think you can speak so eloquently.
All right, let's Google this correctly and make it right. Okay.
Meantime, I can try.
As you know,
I'll tell you.
Yeah.
Say what? Ms.
In
Rizzi?
the meantime, I can try to start it.
Thank you. Thank you. Dr. Harris, she's going to cry too, so I understand.
So it's a celebration of the emancipation of the slaves from slavery. It started in Washington, D.C. and has been celebrated there for many years. Since my cousin is the mayor, I know because I go to her celebrations every year that she's been in office at least. And it broadened to a general celebration that many people recognize, but it's to commemorate the day that the announcement was made that slaves were liberated. That is what I
And
understand it.
thank you. Thank you for sharing that, because it's also called Freedom Day, Jubilee Day, but and it all goes back to the emancipation. But help me to understand, people far south didn't know they were free, correct? Until 2 years later. So that's
Right.
also, people otherwise knew they were free. But folks in Texas, down south, I just had a meeting with someone regarding this. They didn't know they were free. So that's another reason why they continue to work as slaves, being enslaved. So I'm delighted that the state of Virginia has passed this Juneteenth as a state holiday. So at this time, if there's no other discussion, may I get a motion, please, to add that to our just amended calendar as another holiday?
Madam Chair, I submitted it already.
If I
Thank you.
may,
Would you-
just one technical clarification.
Oh, please.
That is what is proposed is an amendment to our current year calendar.
Okay.
It is already,
Oh, that's for this year right here. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm sorry. Let
it's
me repeat
already
that.
in the draft for next year.
Thank you. Ms. Page, did you put that in your motion?
Yes, I will add that, Madam Chair.
Okay, my mistake. Thank you. Thank you.
Add
thank
to
you,
the
thank you.
current calendar.
Yes, because this wasn't, I got it, for this June. The current calendar. For this June 2021, not June 2022.
Correct.
But this year. Thank you for clarifying that. So Ms. Page has made the motion. Is Ms. Rizzo, you had seconded? No, do you have a comment? Okay, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I'm just not too fast today with this technology. I do want to correct my statement. I don't like saying slaves. I'd rather say enslaved. I just wanted to correct what I just said.
That's quite all right. I said it too, and then came back and said enslaved. We understand. Thank you. Are we good, everyone? Did we get a second on this motion? Moved by Ms. Page and, excuse me?
Madam Chair, I think I saw Dr. Harris Muhammad.
Dr. Harris Muhammad did, Ms. Mariah White did also. I don't know who did first, but it has been seconded. Are we ready to vote, Madam Clerk?
Okay, Mrs. Dorr,
Yes.
Mrs. White,
Yes.
Ms. Gibson,
Yes.
Mr. Young,
Aye.
Ms. Rizzi,
Yes.
Dr. Harris Muhammad,
Yes.
Mrs. Burke,
Yes.
Mrs. Page,
Yes.
Ms. Jones.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you so very much. 5.10, receive for action the nomination of hearing officer for personnel matters. Ms. Lee?
Yes, ma'am. Good evening.
Madam Chair,
Thank-
I'm sorry. Do we not still at 5.09?
Oh, I'm sorry. I skipped that. I'm sorry. Thank you. I thought we were on a roll. I'm sorry, Ms. Lee. Forgive me. I apologize. Thank you, Mr. Young. I appreciate that so much. 5.09, budget transfer. Ms. Hadasco.
Good
Thank
evening.
you.
Yes, thank
Good
you.
evening.
This evening, we bring for your consideration the budget transfers for spend down of current fiscal year dollars, given additional resources from contracted transportation, and that is the transportation transfer. We also bring for your consideration a transfer within the algebra readiness budget to move from staff for this year to additional professional learning opportunities for teachers.
Okay, I must be looking at the wrong, you completed your report?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, I think apparently I'm looking at the wrong one. All right, okay, I see. I went to the bottom one, I'm sorry. Are there any questions or comments? Mr. Young, do we have anyone that has questions or comment of Ms. Hadasco?
Yes, ma'am. Ms. Jones, Ms. Dorr, Dr. Harris Muhammad.
Ms. Jones?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Hudasco, I'm doing a Dr. Harris behind, but I got a couple of questions. So I'll ask them and then you can tell me if you want to talk offline or if, we can just answer them. But I was looking at the documentation that you provided for the budget transfer and so I wanted to ask, how will this transfer affect the CARES Act funds that we are planning to receive, particularly because you noted 100,000 for signage, 225,000 for handheld thermometers. And I do recall that we had mentioned some of that in the CARES Act funding and how we would use that. So how will that affect the money that we're already scheduled to receive?
Great question. So, and it's a little bit confusing, so I'm also going to just share the three names of the federal sources. So we had CARES money first, which was 12 million, then ESSER dollars, which was the 55 million, and now we got 122 million from the ARP, the American Recovery Plan. We haven't gotten that application yet. So I think you're referring to the middle batch, the ESSER dollars. You're exactly right. There was additional funding that the board approved back in February for the ESSER that was related to health and safety. However, it did not include these items. So this is above and beyond. Some of the items that you'll see that are related to health. So for example, even the nursing suites and supportive care spaces, not every aspect of that funding is COVID related. So some of that is just appropriately stocking our nursing suites. And so therefore was not an appropriate use of the ESSER. But the signage and the thermometers would have been appropriate use of the ESSER since they were COVID related, but had not been in that initial application.
Correct. And so what did we have already listed for reopening? Because essentially we should have already had these additional thermometers and signages that should have been a part of our reopening plan. And so if we're now saying that we need to transfer funds to kind of add these additional things, I'm just trying to understand what that looks like.
So we had already purchased signage and enough signage to cover the front office and initial entryway of all buildings. And we had put $500,000 in the ESSER for PPE. So this is a way, and that money can be used over 3 years. So this is a way to use some dollars that we have right now for one-time expenses and continue to save our ESSER dollars for things that we may need over time. The temperature checkers is a new strategy for handheld thermometers to send home with our families in order to promote community-based health as well.
Yeah, I like that. I just want to make sure that we're not sending them home and they're not being used. And then that's $100,000 that could be used for school improvements in other places. The other question I had was, will we or can we have a list of the schools? You mentioned minor enhancements and you said we've come to the time where we've kind of like exhausted that. So can we have a list of the schools where those minor enhancements have been done and then understand what the monies that we're looking to transfer will be used for?
Absolutely.
Okay. And then the other question is, we talked about DocuSign and you all mentioned that you had increased that due to COVID, but with us transitioning back into in-person learning, do you think that that will die down or do you see a need to continue that? And will the need be as great as it was being all virtual with now folks being able to come to school to sign papers and do things that they need to take care of?
It's actually our hope to begin to become a more paperless organization. So I do hope that we're able to continue to use our use DocuSign, although perhaps not to the full extent that we are now, but I think it will help us kind of keep track of things a bit better. If things are signed electronically, it can be saved that way.
Awesome. I agree with that. And I think that's a great idea. And then finally, the $540,000 for these nursing suites. is it possible, like, what does that mean? And what does that look like? And so can we just get a little, maybe deeper understanding of what, when we say fully stocked, like, what does that mean? I'm not familiar with like what a nursing suite looks like, what's in it, what it entails, how it will help our students and how it relates to COVID. So if we could maybe get a better understanding of what that means and looks like, that would be super helpful.
Absolutely. So this, and I'll give you just a couple of examples. One very important thing is this is also to standardize our nursing suites across all 50 schools. So think of all of the different things that I'm going to kind of rattle off here, and those are for every single school. So this might be AED pads and batteries, antiseptic wipes, different types of additional bandages. I'm just scrolling down here, some of the things that they have: an EpiPen accessible cabinet, first aid supplies, gloves. Let's see. We have Spot Vital monitors for our preschools. We actually got, which is a piece of equipment that takes vitals that we got a $100,000 grant from VCU for all of our schools, but wanted to standardize that in our nursing suites in our preschools as well. I can send you, there are 75 items on the list that help standardize it across. Now I'll note that $450,000 of that is for the nursing suites. The other amount is to help create the supportive care spaces as well.
Yeah, and that's what I wanted to just learn a little bit more about that, because it didn't sound like it sounded somewhat COVID related, but then it also sounded like we were just trying to get our suites prepared. So anything that you could provide would be helpful. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Are there any other questions? Mr. Young?
Yes, ma'am. Rather a long list, actually. Ms. Dorr, Dr. Harris, Ms.
Wait a minute, Ms. Dorr, whom else?
Dr. Harris Muhammad.
Okay.
Then Ms. Page.
Okay.
Ms. Gibson.
Okay.
Ms. Rizzi.
Okay.
And last but certainly not least, Ms. White.
Okay. All right, Ms. Dorr.
I move that I move to accept the budget transfer requests.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, it's been motioned by Ms. Dorr, seconded by Dr. Harris Muhammad to receive this budget transfer. Is there discussion? Those persons listed. Ms. Page, did you have anything to say regarding the motion?
Initially, I was going to making the motion.
Okay, Mrs. Gibson, is there anything regarding the motion?
Yes, I have a question.
Please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had hoped that we would have this discussion in the context of the overall budget. I thought that that's what my motion had noted, that we would talk about this in the context of the larger budget. As some of Ms. Jones' questions were kind of, illustrate why I think that would have been helpful to do. I'm wondering, so I would like to know, when are we going to be getting the budget, an updated budget from the administration, and when are we expected to vote on the budget?
Okay, is that something we can come back after this after this one is approved or deleted? Or you want to know now before voting?
Yes, I would like to know now.
Okay, Mr. Cameras?
Traditionally, once the city council adopts their budget, then it comes back to RPS, and at that time, we would bring it back to the board. I'm hopeful that we could do so on May 3rd. If not, then on the following board meeting. Of course, we have to adopt a budget so that we can then give out teacher contracts. So again, my hope is that it would be May 3rd. If not, then May 17th.
Thank you. Ms. Rizzi? Do you have a question
Yes.
regarding the motion?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. So, Ms. Hudasco, I'm wondering if you can tell me about this math curriculum support. Are they these manipulatives and other things that you want to purchase or that we want to purchase? Are they in support of their Eureka Math program? I want to say that I recently heard from a very reliable source that some of our schools have been told to box up brand new materials and put them aside for disposal, and that I find really concerning. And so I'm wondering if you can talk to me about what's going on with math curriculum and this budget item here.
Well, I probably would defer to Tracy on the curriculum itself, but these are additional materials to support our curriculum as requested by the academic office, but I'll let Tracy speak to current use of materials and their usability over multiple years.
Sure. Ms. Frizzy, I too would be concerned if folks are being told to box up brand new materials. I don't know what that's about. So I would certainly encourage you to direct those folks to me so that I can learn more. I have to believe that's a misunderstanding of some sort. But these are, there are some manipulatives that are consumables and some that are, reusable. And so we want to make sure that we're getting out ahead of ordering for the upcoming year to make sure we have every single classroom has all the manipulatives they need going into the next school year. And it takes us time to get all that organized, which is why we had hoped to purchase this prior to the July 1 budget.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Ms. White.
Thank you, Madam President. I was just wanted to ask you, Ms. Hudasco, is this the end of the year money? Is this why we're transferring money from the transportation?
That's correct. This is money that won't be spent this fiscal year that the board had previously approved for this purpose, but because the board voted to be virtual this year, we're proposing this repurposement of those funds. This will be one time only.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions, Mr. Young?
No, ma'am.
Then we're ready for the vote for the budget transfer 5.09. Madam Clerk?
Yes. Mrs. Dorr,
Yes.
Mrs. White,
Yes.
Mrs. Gibson,
Abstain.
Mr. Young,
Aye.
Ms. Rizzi,
Abstain.
Dr. Harris Muhammad,
Yes.
Mrs. Burke,
Yes.
Mrs. Page,
Yes.
and Ms. Jones.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you very much. Now, 5.10, Ms.
Ms. Burke, I do have two budget transfers before the board this evening. If we could.
You certainly do. Yes,
you.
I'm looking right at them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right ahead. Thank you.
The second budget transfer is to move monies within the algebra readiness budget, moving them from personnel to additional professional development and resources for staff. Thank you.
All right, we've heard the report. Any questions? Mr. Young?
Not as of yet.
I see Dr. Harris Muhammad has the motion. Dr. Harris Muhammad?
Excuse me, I was muted. Yes, ma'am, I have a motion if there aren't any other questions from my school board colleagues concerning this transfer.
We don't see any at this time. Please proceed.
Thank you, ma'am. I move that the Richmond School Board accept the algebra readiness budget transfer as presented.
Is there a second?
I see Ms. Page.
Ms. Page?
Second.
Been moved and properly second to move the budget as listed. Any questions or debate? Vote? We're ready to vote, Madam Clerk.
Mrs. Dorr,
Yes.
Mrs. White,
Yes.
Ms. Gibson,
Abstain.
Mr. Young,
Aye.
Ms. Rizzi,
Yes.
Dr. Harris Muhammad,
Yes.
Mrs. Burke,
Yes.
Mrs. Page,
Yes.
Ms. Dorr, excuse me, Ms. Jones, I apologize.
That's okay. Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, anything else,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Dasco?
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you. 5.10, Ms. Lee, I've called your name 3 times. Please bring your report.
Thank you, ma'am. Good evening. We currently have one hearing officer, and in an effort to expand the current list of hearing officers available, the administration is requesting the approval of the appointment of Mr. Kevin North as a hearing officer for RPS. His resume was uploaded into the executive section for your review, and I thank you for your consideration in appointing Mr. North as a hearing officer. Thank you.
All right, are there any questions or comments to Mrs. Lee?
Oops.
Dr. Harris Muhammad?
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry, I misspelled question. Ms. Lee, we have as a board received some emails over the past maybe 8 weeks or less, 2 to 8 weeks, but I think it's more like 8 weeks about concerns, serious concerns with our hearing officers. Is this hearing officer replacing any other hearing officer?
No, ma'am, this would be an additional appointment of a hearing officer.
Second question, follow-up question, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Thank you. So Mrs. Lee, are we, and Madam Attorney, I am trying not to go in the realm of a closed question, and if it is, I do not mind you stopping me professionally, but are we not addressing the concerns that were sent to us as a board from the hearing officer if we're not replacing a hearing officer?
Ma'am, the concerns are being addressed.
We will probably have to, we're going into close anyway,
Oh,
so
okay,
we could
Thank
address
you.
that further.
Yes, ma'am, understood, understood.
Could address that further. Okay, any other questions regarding this request from Ms. Lee? If not, may we get a motion, please, and a seconded?
Madam Chair, I don't mind making that motion.
Thank you.
I'm
Go
not
ahead,
out of
Dr.
order.
Harris.
Thank you. I move that we accept the recommendation to add a hearing officer presented by our Chief of Personnel, Chief of, help me, Ms. Lee, Chief of
Talent Officer.
Chief of Talent Officer, thank you. Thank you so very much.
Can we get a second?
Second.
Thank you. It's been moved by Dr. Harris Muhammad and seconded by Ms. Dorr to receive the report from Ms. Lee. Are we ready to vote? Madam Clerk?
Mrs. Dorr,
Yes.
Mrs. White,
No.
Ms. Gibson,
Yes.
Mr. Young,
Aye.
Ms. Rizzi,
Yes.
Dr. Harris Muhammad,
Yes.
Mrs. Burke,
Yes.
Mrs. Page,
Yes.
Ms. Jones.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you so very much. Next item, 5.11, receive for action on lease extension for Chamberlain Avenue Bus Depot, excuse me.
Good
That's-
evening.
Yes, go right ahead.
Hi. Jason, did you want to put the slide up?
Will do.
Thank
Go
you.
ahead and just give the overview.
Sure. Good evening, all. I bring forth for board action a recommendation on the lease for RPS bus facility at 1903 Chamberlain Avenue. RPS entered into a lease for the location in February of 1997. We have entered into 8 supplemental leases on the location with the 8th expiring on June 30th, 2021. On December 30th, 2020, the property owner sent RPS a first rights notice indicating that there was an offer made to purchase the property and that RPS had the first right to buy the property at a price of $2.5 million or to extend the lease 1 year to June 30th, 2022. The current cost of the lease is $9,040.41 a month, totaling $108,484.89 a year. The administration recommends that the school board approve a 1-year extension and not the purchase of the site, given the cost and current conditions of the building. The administration is actively looking for a replacement location and exploring the use of other properties in the RPS inventory.
All right. We've heard the report regarding the Chamberlain Avenue bus depot. We are ready to receive action. Are there any questions, comments? Mr. Young?
Dr. Harris Mohammed.
Dr. Harris Mohammed, the floor is yours.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a couple of questions. How much time is needed to reallocate the bus garage if we move in that direction, which at some point we may? The second question, well, first of all, let me ask you, how would you like to address the questions?
Sure, I'll take that first one. It certainly depends on the location that we find, or if we can repurpose one of our properties. There's likely to be some retrofitting needed of a space, but we won't know how long that will take until the space is identified.
Okay, Madam Chair, follow up?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Excuse me, I can't speak. When were we, when I say we, Superintendent's office, notified that we were going to need to make a decision?
December of 2020.
And it's April of 2021.
Correct.
I'm making a point. I'm making a point. If we were notified, and of course I wasn't on the school board then, had not been sworn in, but if RPS was notified in December of 2020, and we are now having this discussion and it's April 2021, I have some heartburn about the delay. That's called a delay. Because from December, and you probably can't address that because you weren't here either. But that's a question, and it's a valid question that the administration needs to ponder over. Question 2, what are the estimated costs for the move?
Dr. Harris Mohammed, thank you for the questions. I can actually answer the first question and say there was space that we were looking into, and we had to, space that we were looking into, and that space did not work out. Therefore, we could not move forward, and then had to make the decision we had to bring to the board to make the decision of whether or not to extend the lease 1 year. For your second question, I do not know the cost yet. Again, it depends on the location that we eventually move to.
Thank your phone a friend for that answer for you. Number 3, what are the anticipated costs for another facility?
Again, we're exploring the use of RPS property along with external properties. So until we figure out what space we can move to, we do not know the answer to that question.
So it will be a delay. Okay, thank you.
All right, Mr. Young, anyone else?
Ms. Gibson, then Ms. Dorr, then Ms. White.
Ms. Gibson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I appreciate the concerns that my colleague, Dr. Harris Mohammed is bringing up. You know, if these things are on the horizon and they're things that we know we will need to be voting on soon or discussing soon, that I would request that the administration, you know, provide updates on these matters to both the board and the public sooner. That said, I don't see any huge controversy here. It makes sense to me. And so therefore I motion to approve the recommendation of the administration to extend the lease of the Chamberlain Avenue Bus Depot for 1 year to end on June 30th, 2022.
Thank you, Ms. Gibson, for the motion. Is there a second? And I see we have 2 comments. Who seconded?
I believe that was Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones, all right, Ms. Gibson moved, Mrs. Jones seconded. I see 2 persons listed to speak. Is it in regards to the motion, Ms. Dorr? All right, please proceed.
Ms. Gonzalez, first of all, welcome. I think this is your first maybe presentation. So, you know, we're very happy to have you, and certainly appreciate, you know, the challenge of starting a new job and getting up to speed. So we've heard great things, and I'm super happy to have you here. So thank you. My question is, how much money are we paying on the lease right now? So is this a budgetary overrun for next year? And then my follow-up question is this potentially, like, I don't know what this looks like. I've never been to the facility, but is this potentially a place where we could leverage our Altria building space? Is that part of the current thinking?
Thank you for your questions. I will have to double check what the current lease price is and get that back to you. I don't have that offhand right now. We are looking at all options for the spaces we currently have, and that is one of them that we're looking at. We haven't ruled it out.
That could be.
Thank you, Ms. Dorr. You have another question?
If there is a budgetary incremental impact, I assume we're paying some sort of leasing right now, so there's probably some small amount of leasing incremental increase, but I'm assuming that it's probably a leasing cost that's similar, unless they've totally increased the price. If they have, it'd be great to know, just to make sure that we incorporate that in our budget. RE, the Altria Center, just to plug, I think that could be a really cool thing to, you know, teaching opportunity for our students. So.
Thank you, Ms. Dorr. Ms. White?
Thank you, Madam President. Ms. Gonzalez, I had a question prior to that, but someone had asked it already. But I do have a question about the Chamberlain location. Is it that the next site that depot that you see, will it be over Northside? Because I know you have them on different localities, different sections, so it can be quicker. You have a time limit to pick up the children than the versus to go way over Southside to actually pick up children and bring them back and forth.
Thank you, Ms. White, for the question. That would be our goal. As we know, the space we need is large. Therefore, we're going to look at all options, but that would be our goal, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for the question.
All right, was there anyone else, Mr. Young?
No, ma'am.
All right, now we can vote on the motion. Please proceed, Madam Clerk.
Mrs. Dorr,
Yes.
Mrs. Young, excuse me, Mrs. White,
Yes.
Ms. Gibson,
Yes.
Mr. Young,
Aye.
Ms. Rizzi,
Yes.
Dr. Harris Muhammad,
Yes.
Mrs. Burke,
Yes.
Mrs. Page,
Yes.
and Ms. Jones.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, and Ms. Gonzalez, again, thank you. We're delighted to have you, and you're filling a position that was vacant for many, many, many months. So we thank you for joining us, and we look forward to a continued, all the wonderful expertise we hear that you have. So thank you so very much for your report this evening.
Thank you, Chair Burke.
All right, let's move on. 5.12, receive for action proposed members to the Special Education Advisory Committee. We need a motion for that, but we haven't received the list, have we?
Ma'am, yes, ma'am. It's posted now in the presentation.
Okay. Okay, let me pull it up.
I can pull up my screen.
I have it up here as well. And
I'm not
sure
able
the
to
public,
share. Maybe
that's
Mr.
a
Cameras
good
can share.
idea. Yes, I did read that earlier. It's a lot to read tonight. So we're ready to receive for action. Can we do have a question from Ms. Rizzi? Was there anyone else before Ms. Rizzi, Mr. Young, am I correct?
Ms. Rizzi, that's correct.
All right, thank you, Ms. Rizzi.
Should I go ahead and ask?
Yes, please.
Oh, thank you.
Right
Thank
ahead.
you, Madam Chair. So I just want to know a little bit about how the members of this committee are selected. It seems to me that this would be a really kind of crucial committee to make sure is populated with people who have some expertise on special education and have some knowledge of, you know, specific practices, goals that are related to our people who have, our young people who have, I hate that term, special education, who have, you know, exceptional needs or needs that are different from most children. I raised a wonderful young man who both has ADHD and dyslexia, and had a terrible time trying to get appropriate services for him through RPS. And, you know, I mean, you know, I'm sure things have evolved since then, but, you know, people understanding, you know, that a student who has dyslexia can be talented, and you know, those kinds of things are really necessary. And then how to work with students like that, and how to like bring out the best in them. I would think that these board members have demonstrated some background in studying about special students who have exceptional or different needs.
Yes, ma'am. So the co-chairs, Ms. Gross is a career expert in exceptional education. She's actually a specialist at the Virginia Department of Education in the Department of Exceptional Education. So she brings the very technical and educator expertise. And then Reverend Gary Callis is a parent. He has been a PTA president and parent at many different RPS schools, parent of many children, certainly. So he is very involved in our school community. And the goal of SEAC, and so has very direct experience supporting his own children and various services and students and children that he mentors as a community member. The other members are comprised of parents of students with exceptional needs, as well as teachers. So on that list it's really comprised of parents of students with IEPs, teachers who teach exceptional education, and some community members that may work in other areas around behavioral health at the university, et cetera. The SEAC is it's a required committee by state code, and they are self-governing. So what we did is we did outreach to identify chairs, and then ask them to do outreach to get more folks who would be willing to serve as official members. Of course, membership and meetings are open to all parents and community members, and we encourage more parents to join. And in fact, it's just the 3 officers that are the voting members, if you will, of this committee. But so these are the current members who've signed up outside of the chairs. But I want to make sure we reiterate to folks that anyone who has an interest in exceptional education in the division is welcome to join the meetings at any time.
Yeah, because I never saw any kind of notice about this. I mean, not that I guess at this point I can't.
Sorry to interrupt. Historically, this has been this has been an underdeveloped group. And so last year in the summer and fall, I directed our exceptional education leader to identify members of the RPS community who might be willing to serve as co-chairs to restart this committee. And so that's the work we did over the summer and fall to secure Ms. Gross and Mr. Callis.
So in the future, you plan to do a more open kind of nominating process where
we certainly can. There was no one running it at this point, so we sought out people that we believed had an interest and expertise to get it going, but we certainly could do that in the future.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, Mr. Young?
Ms. White?
Ms. White?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Epp, my question would be, what would they be committed to focus on in the Richmond Public Schools, and how much experience do they have with IEPs and 504s?
So the chairs and the officer, the treasurer, I think sorry, I'm not using the term exactly correctly. Those folks have extensive experience both as parents, so as receivers of services, as well as someone who works for the state education department in exceptional education. The purpose of this group is that it is self-directed in that they choose the things that need to be focused on. We've certainly suggested things that we know we need to improve on or would want more support, but the focus and purpose of this group is to strengthen the relationship between families, parents, and exceptional education in the division. So we, for example, all the members of my team, my exceptional education team, several members are responsible. They join these meetings. I join them. We listen. But it really is the spirit of this by state law is that it is self-directed by the group to focus on areas that they deem important to then bring recommendations to the administration and if necessary to the board.
Thank
And
you.
I'd welcome board members to join. We have meetings monthly, so welcome folks to join. But our primary focus has been, to Ms. Rizzi's point about her own experience, we really want to strengthen and make the experiences with families positive in going through the processes related to special education, identification, and services.
Dr. Harris Mohammed, I see you have a question.
Yes. Thank you so much, Mr. Young. Dr. Epp, when are the meetings held? I heard you say monthly, but when?
The dates I do not have. There's not a standard. I don't have a standard date, but those should be on our website. And if not, I can make sure that you all have those, but those should be published on our website. If not, we'll make sure we get those to all board members and they will be published moving forward.
Is it open to the public?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Thank you. Sorry, Mr. Young, I had a follow-up question. My apologies.
And not only is it open, we encourage particularly anyone who has an interest in exceptional education, meaning in a stake in exceptional education, and especially parents and families. We would like this to be a large group reflective of parent voices related to special education.
One last thing, and this is, I'm like Ms. Renzi, terminology sometimes, means a lot to me. Could you take back to the SEAC committee the possibility of changing the name of the committee from Special to Exceptional Children Education Advisory Committee?
We certainly, that's the state.
Oh, that's the state. You did say that. I'm sorry. That's okay.
Yeah, and Richmond, we do go by exceptional education. So I kind of use those interchangeably, but you and I are aligned on that. Yes, ma'am.
You did say it was a statement. Yeah, that's okay. Well, that's something that we can work on with the state. We need to change the name.
Yes.
Yeah, we'll talk about that.
Are there any additional questions for Dr. Epp relevant to SEAC? Absent none. Madam Clerk, I'm sorry. Do we have a motion yet on the floor?
No.
Ms. Page, please.
Okay.
Yes. So I move that the Richmond School Board approve members to the Special Education Advisory Committee.
Very good. And Dr. Shonda Harris Mohammed?
I second that motion.
Very good. Madam Clerk, if you would call for roll call vote. Absent any additional questions. Are there any additional questions and or comments? Madam Clerk?
Okay. Mrs. Dorr?
Yes.
Mrs. White?
Yes.
Ms. Gibson?
Yes.
Mr. Young?
Aye.
Ms. Ritzy?
Yes.
Dr. Harris Mohammed?
Yes.
Mrs. Burke?
Yes.
Mrs. Page?
Yes.
Mrs. Jones?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously, Ms. Fine.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Young. Thank you, colleagues, so much. Moving along, the next item on the agenda is 5.13, receive for actions recommendation regarding facilities prioritization. Mr. Campbell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I bring back to you 3 of the 4 recommendations that I brought to you at our last meeting. I'm requesting approval of those three as written. The first calls for the addition of a new career and technical high school at the Altria property as part of phase 1. The second calls for tasking the vacant property committee to assess the value of the RTC site for potential surplus to the city, with proceeds going to additional new school construction. And the third calls for authorization to use federal funds as permissible to conduct a comprehensive facilities assessment, both to help guide our maintenance and repairs, but also to guide our new school construction process. I've also included some initial information that we have gathered regarding implementing the resolution that the board passed at our last meeting. It's just been a few business days since that time, so we are still in the information gathering process. Kindly ask for the board's grace to be able to provide a further update with more specifics at our May 3rd meeting so that we can begin implementation on that resolution. Thank you.
Okay, are there any questions, Mr. Young?
Ms. White?
Okay, Ms. White, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam President. Mr. Cameron, can you elaborate a little bit more on number 3, the authorization? I didn't get the rest of it. I couldn't, you went in and out on my side.
Sure, no problem. Right now, we have a very outdated assessment of our facilities in terms of the specifics that each building requires for upgrades, repairs, not just critical systems such as air conditioning, but also things like science labs, the grounds, playground spaces, and so on. Absent that, it is difficult for the administration to effectively implement a thoughtful maintenance and repair schedule. And so what we would do is have, in essence, an engineering firm conduct an assessment of each building, tell us as professionals what is the most critical, sort of tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, to get all of our buildings up to a standard that we can all be proud of, and sort of a schedule of how to approach that, what to do first, second, third, and so on. That, I think, would then help the board to advocate for the appropriate resources and help the board hold the administration accountable for implementing that repair and maintenance plan. In addition, our new school construction numbers, so the estimates of what it would cost to rebuild schools, are very dated, and so do not provide the board or the city with useful information at this time. And so as part of the study, we would also like to understand what is the full replacement cost for buildings that are older than 30 years, and have this assessment done so that we, the administration, you, the board, the city, we could all have a better sense of the true nature of our facility costs going forward, both for repair and maintenance, but also for new school construction. And so this is something that this body has considered in the past, but it is a fairly expensive proposition, and understandably, we were not able to allocate funds for this in the past. We do believe we might be able to use some of the federal stimulus for this, as it would speak to repairs and things of that nature. We're still looking into that to see if it would be an allowable expense, but if it is an allowable expense, I think this would be a good opportunity for us to take care of this assessment once and for all, so that we all have a shared professional assessment of what we need and under what timeline.
I have a follow-up question also, Madam President.
Please go right ahead.
So, Mr. Cameron, I heard that you said repair. When you're saying repair, are you also meaning renovation?
Yes.
That repair is renovation?
Yeah, so I think we would want to outline, what would it take to get every school to a modern standard? And I think in some cases that would necessitate complete rebuilding. I think in other cases, a renovation might do the trick. But what we also lack is effective professional guidance on investments for a maintenance schedule to ensure that as we go into the future, we don't wind up where we are now 10, 20, 30 years down the road. And I think having that assessment is also going to be very helpful.
Thank
All
you.
right, anyone else, were you done, Ms. White?
Yes, I was just saying thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Young, anyone else?
Ms. Dorr, then Dr. Harris Muhammad.
All right, Ms. Dorr.
I just wanted to say that I am very much in support of getting a refresh on our cost estimates and our schedule. I've had concerns about not maintaining our brand new buildings and not allocating enough dollars to maintain them. I've also had concerns about some maintenance requests seem to be driven by, advocacy from families, which is great, but it's not necessarily fact-based in terms of what needs to be prioritized. So I think this is long overdue. I think part of some of the challenges that we've had in communicating our costs for our facilities plan have also been rooted in numbers from Mr. Krantz, where it was literally a placeholder of, I believe it was an elementary school at 30 million, a middle school at 50 million, and a high school at 75 million. And so we've been using numbers since 2005 that have no basis in reality. So I think that will help also get some clarification and alignment between all of us on what it actually costs and what it should cost to build these new buildings. So I think that will hopefully solve some of the drama too in the future. So I am really, really enthusiastically in support of this. And I would say that one thing that I have learned this year that I believe is a whole is this kind of facilities operational oversight, to the bipolar ionization devices, et cetera. So figuring out how we can have this expertise in-house on a go-forward basis, I think is critical. And I'm eager to hear the administration's thoughts on this as we re-envision what our facilities management looks like.
Thank you, Ms. Stewart. Dr. Harris Muhammad?
Yes, ma'am, Madam Chair, thank you. I have a motion for my school board colleagues to consider, Madam Chair.
Please, go ahead.
My motion is, I move that the school board authorizes the superintendent to create job descriptions for the following: a construction project manager, a director of construction management, and a procurement specialist for construction to be created immediately for the Virginia Department of Education review.
Is there a second?
Madam Chair, I'll second.
It's been moved and properly second to write job descriptions for positions that were just so noted by Dr. Harris Muhammad. Are we ready to question? I see Ms. Page had a question before that, or a comment beforehand as well. So Ms. Page, is it pertaining to the motion or you want to go beyond?
A little bit of both. So just to echo the sentiment, the comments that my colleague Ms. Dorr made about analysis of a true analysis of our facilities. And I know we attempted to do that in the past, but we never had the support. But I think having a true cost analysis of our facilities, whether it's new construction or renovations, what have you, having a true cost analysis will be able to provide us facts versus alternative facts, and that we can make a informed, make a true sound decision regarding the facilities costs. Because maybe it would alleviate some of the discussions we continue to have over and over. So I think this is an investment worth supporting.
All right, colleagues, be mindful that we have 3 items on the table right now. We have a motion to hire people for positions as noted. And then we have the 3 recommendations that the superintendent just gave. And then we have the discussion regarding updating the cost per se of moving forward. So right now, we didn't address the recommendations from the superintendent because we needed to have, because that would have been 2 different motions, correct? Yes. So we have Ms. Harris Muhammad's motion that was seconded by Mr. Young. So we need to vote on that. The other one about the pay grade, not pay grade, the difference in the cost was a part of the superintendent's rationale. So right now, let's vote on the Dr. Harris Muhammad and Young motion, and then we'll move forward, not unless we have further discussion. Mr. Young?
Madam Chair, we have some persons, I'm unsure if they are speaking to this motion, but they are as follows. Ms.
Okay.
White, Ms. Gibson, Jones, I'm sorry. So Ms. White, then Ms. I'm sorry, Ms. White, Ms. Gibson, Ms. Jones, and Ms. Dorr.
Okay. All right. Ms. White?
I just had a question for Mr. Cameras. Well, kind of like for Mr. Cameras. I think that you were saying that we need to hire an engineer maintenance person to ensure that we actually look at what is in our schools. Is that what you said?
Thank you, Ms. White. I was recommending that we contract that work to an engineering firm that does these types of analyses so that it is done with the full resources of such a firm, and so that it is done independently. I think it's going to be important as we work to advocate for resources for RPS, that this is an analysis that is done by a professional firm that does this work to ensure that the results are accepted by the public and all parties. My worry is if that we did that analysis ourselves, it would be subject to some critique which might undermine our advocacy. So that is what I'm recommending.
Can I have a second part to that, or a question relating to a response to what you're saying, Mr. Cameras? So how would this affect the engineer firm? Or somehow both of them are really needed. I'm listening to the motion and I'm listening to the engineer firm. How would this relate to Dr. Muhammad's motion added on to Dr. Muhammad's motion? Because we really need both.
I think both are workable motions. I think if Dr. Harris Muhammad's motion is approved, the administration will get to work on those positions. And if the recommendation for the independent analysis is approved, then we would also get to work on that. I do think they can work in parallel.
Thank you.
Ms. Gibson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I support the motion on the table to proceed with the 3 positions internally. I think that it is imperative that we have that expertise in-house. The discussion about the facilities plan and procuring that plan, I think is a good testament on why we need that internal expertise. We had received costs for procuring a facilities plan that far exceeded what these plans generally cost. So, I would suggest that my colleagues consider that this work is one of the first tasks of the hire that we make in that role. This is a key decision in terms of our overall strategic plan, really, as it pertains to facilities. And that's really what the director of construction or construction management would be tasked to do. And so I think it would behoove us to have that be part of that position's leadership. I also want to caution the criticism of the budget that was provided by Mr. Tommy Krantz when we adopted our facilities plan in 2017. Obviously, there was considerable respect for Mr. Krantz. The board, promoted him to be interim superintendent. And the budget, the cost that we used for those schools at the time, were fair costs. And we should keep in mind too that our schools are smaller schools. And so, as we are considering how much we're going to be spending on school facilities, these are all parts of the discussion to have. We just built George Mason, considerably larger school than we actually need to based on our own facilities plan, right? And so we do need this expertise to help us navigate those types of strategic decisions, including the decision that is on the table today regarding the Altria building. We have no understanding as to how much the renovation of this building will cost. And so I think it's incredibly premature for the board to make a decision that would modify a plan that, that we put priority on Woodville. And preceding that, now that's not to say that I don't appreciate the need for updating our technical center, but I worry that we are making a decision without sufficient professional guidance to inform our next steps. And so I hope that the board, I'm thrilled that we are moving forward with these hires. I mean, I think, regardless of how we work as a district, we need this expertise in-house. Even if the Joint Construction Committee were to continue, having a seat where we have a seat at the table, if we don't have the expertise at the table, it does us little good. And so, I do look forward to having us have us continue down the path of building the team as required. I did want to note, though, that the document that was shared, there were some talking points regarding Henrico and Chesterfield and those school districts that I feel were rather misleading. The document shared noted that that procurement is handled, construction procurement is handled by the county in both Henrico and Chesterfield. And while this is true, it's important to put that in the context that all of the procurement for the entire school districts are done by the county. So the schools don't have internal procurement teams. And so to make that distinction, I think is an important consideration. Also in Chesterfield, it's worth noting that there was a time when the school system was building 5 new schools, simultaneously. And so without question, they're going to have at that point substantial needs in terms of their in-house staff to be able to manage a project like that. I mean, I think that we would estimate that we would need, 1 project manager per, large project. Perhaps we could have 1 project manager work on perhaps 2 smaller elementary schools. But as we're building right now, we've got one project that's on the table. And I think that we grow the team as we go. And I'm looking forward to adopting this and moving forward with that in mind. Thank you.
Excuse me, Ms. Jones.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm sorry, it was going in and out on my end, but Dr. Harris Mohammed, what was the procurement position that you mentioned we should
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Somebody, oh, you just posted it in the chat. Okay,
Yes,
awesome.
ma'am. And,
So-
and I can state it again if you like. Someone may need to hear.
I just wanted to speak to the procurement specialist for construction. And so I just want us to all be aware that there are several tiers as it relates to procurement. And when you say procurement specialist, that is kind of more on the administrative side. And so when we're speaking of building and putting out RFPs, we have to also be mindful that these procurement folks that we are hiring are authorized to do that they have authority to procure. As the Virginia Code states, we have to have certain levels. This would be over 100,000. So we need to have specialists that are that have the experience to be able to do this. So I don't want to put that out there that when we just say procurement specialist for construction, it is not that simple. And when we put out procurement specialists, we're basically looking to add on a higher on a certain level of admin. So when we're talking about that, we should also make sure that we're being clear because it is not that simple. So we will have to do some work around those positions that we will need to hire. And then we also should look into the Virginia Code and how that works as it relates to building and the project management, because I think we're getting a little ahead about what we can do, but who's going to be on the evaluation committee that oftentimes works with and within the different departments, who's going to review the RFPs, and all of those things that relate to an award. So moving from planning to award, we need to really be thinking about all of that. And I just wanted to make sure, and I just wanted to make mention so that the public is aware when we're saying that we need to hire immediately a procurement specialist for construction. That is not a position that we need when we're talking about building schools. So I just wanted to put that out there and make sure that that was known. And we can, you know, I'm fine with that.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. Thank you so much. Ms. Doerr.
Thank you. So just real quick regarding Mr. Krantz, he actually told me directly they were placeholder estimates. I was on the facilities committee at the time. So, you know, I have the utmost respect for Mr. Krantz and was supportive of him being the interim superintendent. So that was not a ding on him. And if he's watching, I hope he knows that. That said, I am in alignment that we need to look at cost of the critical eye. I don't believe anyone on this board wants to waste money. And I applaud my colleagues for making sure we keep our costs in check. The reality, though, is that this motion was approved 7 days ago. It wasn't what I wanted, but it's the will of the board, and I accept that. However, if we're going to move forward in insourcing our facilities, we're going to be absorbing an $800 million budget plus. We need to understand the level of work that this is going to take and make sure we do it well. Otherwise, we're going to have this conversation literally every single board meeting, and we're going to set the administration up to fail. I also think that we need to make sure that we're upholding our duties as a management board. I believe that tasking the administration to create specific job positions and job descriptions is beyond our purview of a governing body. And if we want to manage the hiring and firing of specific personnel directly and creating job positions, we should be working for RPS, not sitting on the governance board. So I really think that we're having mission creep here, and I'll be voting against this.
Thank you, Ms. Doerr. Ms. Page?
Yes, Madam Chair. So my questions are in alignment. How was 3 positions determined? How was that identified as needing 3 to support those needs? So if someone could answer that. My colleague, Dr. Harris Muhammad, because you identified 3 positions are needed. How did you come up with those 3 positions?
I've worked in the school division in various school divisions for 30 years, and divisions that I've worked in have built schools, and in those divisions that I have worked in that built schools have had positions very similar title to this. And while I'm answering your question, Ms. Page, thank you for that question. I also want to address, thank you, Ms. Jones, for identifying the need for that procurement specialist. And
hold up, Dr. Harris, I'm not finished.
Okay, go ahead.
So I have worked in school divisions before as well. So again, we are a governing body, and I think this is more involved than what what we are portraying tonight or demonstrating, providing the information. That's not my expertise. I don't claim it to be. I just think, and again, I think some of our colleagues, we have all stated this. We want to be, we want to operate as cost effective and efficient as possible, because we have to be good stewards of public dollars. So we should, be very prudent in our spending. But again, I'm just not clear on if it's 3, 5, because I understand Chesterfield, I think what is 15 personnel that make up their department. So, and then we're under the memorandum of understanding, and any new positions, any new programs, all of this has to be approved by the Department of Education. So that's another part of the process that's going to delay this process. So I'm really unclear. And I think we need to be very, very clear to the public what we are anticipating, what we're about to embark on. We need to be very clear. And right now, I don't think we're clear, because I don't know if 3 positions would satisfy all the obligations, everything that we are requesting, we are expecting of the administration, when we need to be focusing on student achievement. And also we have a strategic plan. Our priorities need to be in alignment with our strategic plan that has had a lot of public input. So I'm not clear about this motion at all.
If I may, Madam Chair, I wanted to wait till my colleague finished.
All right, let me see if someone else was listed beforehand. Mr. Young, was anybody else listed?
Well, I wasn't able to finish her question that she gave to me.
You gave the question to Ms. Muhammad, or you were putting it out for all of us?
I didn't give it to her because I really don't feel like that we are adequate or competent enough to answer something that is not our area of expertise.
I'm coming to you, Dr. Harris Muhammad.
Yes,
Mr.
ma'am.
Young, was there someone listed after Ms. Page?
Ms. White.
Okay, Ms. White, and then we come to Dr. Harris Muhammad. Ms. White?
Well, I did have a question, but I'm sitting here contemplating on what I'm listening to. But I have a question for Mr. Cameras.
Go right ahead.
Since Mr. Cameras, you are the superintendent and for operating the daily activities of the school. Based on the motion that you have seen that Dr. Muhammad has placed in the chat and requesting the additional construction personnel, how long would it take you to hire the staff that is needed? And a correction I would like to make, I saw that you did have, I think, procurement professionals suited for construction projects. I think that was just a broad statement there, because I do know that the school, RPS, you do have a director in procurement. You also have a manager. And any of those should be able to do contracts, and somewhere in that, I'm sure in that office, unless there is limited skill set, that they can do contract, and maybe one of them are, I'm not sure, that they are a contract and compliance officer. And if you have a contract and compliance officer, the same thing that was used to actually build your schools from the city, that's what they used over in the city. So I'm not sure if you have one of those, but based on this motion, because we're going back and forth on this motion, I'd just like to know if this, how fast can you hire these additional, this additional staff?
I would say based on past experience with new positions, it's a matter of several months to create the position description, get it approved, post it, identify candidates, vet them, hire and onboard them. I can't say specifically, but that would be my estimate.
And the second part, so you are, I'm not sure because I'm getting I'm hearing both sides, but I'm also hearing that you probably know exactly what Dr. Muhammad is asking for right now to ensure that we can get the schools built that is needed. And based on the last motion that we had, we do need these. I'm hearing people saying 2 and 3 and 4, but based on what she's asking for, and it seems like you know what she needs, I think it should be left up to the superintendent to be accountable to get these additional people that is needed for this construction projects.
Is there anyone else, Mr. Young?
Oh, yes, a long list, Madam Chair. Dr. Harris Mohammed, Ms. Jones, Ms. Gibson.
Wait a minute, Mr. Young, slow down. Harris Muhammad, I'm trying to hate the other initials. Forgive me. Who's after
sorry.
Harris Muhammad?
Dr. Harris Mohammed, then Ms. Jones,
Okay,
then Ms. Gibson,
okay,
then Ms. Rizzi,
okay.
and then you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Dr. Harris Muhammad.
Yes, ma'am. I want to explain a couple of things, define a couple of things, and then address a couple of things. The superintendent is hired, one of his or her duties, and to ensure that the why that the governance board has given to the superintendent is addressed in a how. That's our current superintendent's job. So within these positions that I propose, just like with any positions in any school division, for example, I just choose our chief of schools. Within that position of being or serving as a chief of schools, he or she will have positions and departments within that. These positions, when they are, if the board approves and the descriptions are made and the superintendent assigns his chief talent officer to move forward for writing descriptions, it would be just like a principal, just like a director to go through and field the team. So the why is clear, and then the superintendent addresses the how. So I disagree with my colleague from the first. It's not out of our purview to do that. That's a part of our governance. The second thing is that the motion is clear. It was the will of the board. And in order to move forward with what we need to do to support the community and ensuring that our superintendent is supported, this is why I made the motion, so we can move lock and key, lock and step to ensure that we are on task as a governance team. It is not out of our purview to give a why. Absolutely not. It's out of our purview to tell him how or her how. And that's not this is definitely not what my motion is asking. And Ms. Gibson, I do not mind amending it to be specific with the procurement professional individual. And I will be able to restate that and rewrite that in the chat. But it has to be very clear that we can, and I'm sorry, for the public to understand, I'm very familiar with the MOU, very familiar with the MOU. And that process starts on the division first. Then the Office of School Quality, after whatever our process is, we give it to the superintendent gives it to them. I'm not very clear with that process right now, but I am aware and very clear that yes, they do review, because we have an MOU, they do have to review positions like this. And that's why I said create immediately for the VDOE to review immediately. With any position, unless the position has already been in a school division, it's gonna take time to write descriptions, gonna take time to go through the process of interviewing and finding the people. And again, for the public, that's with any position that is new for any school division. This is no different. So I don't want the public blood pressure to continue to boil over like it has been for misinformation. This is a process in a school division. So thank you very much.
All right, the next person is Ms. Jones.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'm sorry to kind of come back, but I should have asked a follow-up when I had my time, so I apologize for taking up all the air.
It's quite all right. It's quite all right. Go right ahead.
I noticed in the chat, it said, can we amend the motion to include a procurement professional suited for construction projects? I agree with my colleague that this is on the administration to determine what positions are needed. But at the same time, if we are going to put it out there as if we know what we need, then we should be specific. Does this person need to have a VCCO? And that involves construction as it relates to procurement. Is it a procurement officer 1? Is it a procurement specialist 2? Is it a procurement specialist 3? What do these people need to be doing? So yes, it's easy to say that it's on the administration, but since we, as this governing body, saying that this is what we want, then we also should be specific as to what it is that we're asking and not then defer it to the administration. We should be supporting and helping. Not that they can't figure this out. We have an amazing team and yes, a great talent officer. But again, since the board is stating this as if this is what we know, then we also for the public should be clear on what we're asking for. And my only concern is to continue to speak to these procurement positions as if they are simple, and they are not. And I will say on the record, as a procurement manager for over 15 years, there is a lot of logistics that come with this. So as we're saying that, we need to be specific about what it is that we're saying, just so that we're not confusing people and we're not creating discord amongst us, because I want to be able to support whatever we need to do to move forward, but I do not want to create this disconnect as to what we're saying and what actually needs to happen. So I'm here for all of it, for all of the things, all of the betterment, all of the improvement. I just want us to be specific and to not say one thing and then punt it over here to the administration and we're talking about it like we know what we're saying and what we're supposed to be doing. So if we are going to amend this and we're going to talk about, can we amend the motion to include a procurement professional suited for construction projects? That is not an accurate description. We need to know what we want, because if we're going to advise the administration to search for these candidates, then we should be able to say, here's what we feel we need or we think we need. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. Ms. Gibson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I think that we need to, I guess I would like to address the elephant in the room, which is that this is awkward. It's awkward because there's a majority of board members who want to have the school system build the schools, and the administration has made it clear that they don't want to do it. Right? I mean, this is an awkward dynamic that we have. The board is essentially the boss of the administration. And so it's awkward when your boss wants you to do something and you don't want to do it. And so I recognize that as a member of the governing body that feels very strongly that this is the right thing to do. And because the administration is not in support of it, I think that it's that there are folks, colleagues on the board that feel that we need to be explicit in order to ensure that it happens. So so that's the dynamic that we're battling right now. And so you know, I think that you know, I disagree with the comment that Ms. Jones made, because we're, you know, we're being criticized on one hand for being too prescriptive, but then we're also being told that we're not being prescriptive enough, you know? So I think that, you know, we need to move forward with making some hires, and I think that this is a good place to start. But I also want to recognize that this is awkward, you know, and you know, there was a press conference today. There was a press conference today where members of the body, you know, spoke about saying that we were going to be delayed, and now some of those same folks are wanting us to slow down right now, you know, that don't want us to move forward. So this is where we're at, and it is making it it's making it awkward. And it would be nice. Would it be great if you know, the you know, administration put forth a plan that that was reasonable, you know? So I mean, being told that we can't build, these schools aren't going to get built until 2027, that's not reasonable. You know, being told that you know, we need to hire, you know, whatever, millions of dollars worth of staff, that's not reasonable. So I think that this is a reasonable ask, these positions, you know, based on based on what other districts have done, that we have basically someone that is a strategic person that understands how to build a facilities plan and how to make decisions. And I think what's most important as we move expediently with that position, so that then that person can also help make some departmental decisions. And look, I mean, I would also be in support of moving forward with a temporary contractor, you know, I mean, you know, somebody that can help us fill a stopgap. I'm open to all of those things, but the administration has not given us any viable options. And so unfortunately, we're in a position where I think, at least I feel this way, I can't speak for my colleagues, where we feel like we've got to kind of drive the ship a bit, so that we can move forward with what, you know, with what we've been elected to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gibson. Ms. Rizzi?
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, I'm going to have to gather my thoughts here. I'm going to have some questions for Mr. Cameras. I am working to try and make sure that I understand what the administration is saying here, and that I also understand my role as a board member. Now, of course, this is my first time serving on a governmental body, on a board. I got into this because I love kids, and I wanted to work to try to transfer that love to the kids of RPS. And so, you know, it is not an understatement to say that some of the comments that were made and the way they were made were personally traumatizing to me. I watched that press conference. I heard people say things that were completely untrue about me. And my son sat and listened to it too. And, you know, the level of trauma I feel just based on some of, you know, it wasn't even necessarily just what was said, but there were like intonations and the way people said them. That was very hurtful, very hurtful. I have some questions and I'd like clarification. And I am no way, and never have pretended to be an expert in this area, but I do believe, because when we had our governance training, we were plainly told it was the role of the school board to create policy, and it was the role of the superintendent to carry that policy out. I also know that we're within Virginia State Code when we ask to return the building of our schools to the schools. I'm wondering you know, instead of casting this as an us versus them situation and making remarks about people that almost get to a point of making fun, why couldn't we have said, hey, this is the will of the board? As you know, I heard other board members say at the beginning when we started this, if it's a majority, we just are supposed to go with the will of the board and work to achieve it. And I've done that, but it seems that other people are not willing. And so this is a situation where like, I'm completely like out of my element in terms of the negativity, the just toxicity I've witnessed. You know, I'm a teacher. I've been in a classroom my whole life, right? I've never been out in this world like this kind of situation we're in now. And so I do have some questions. I'd like them addressed, okay? Well, it appears to me, I've read everything that I could read about this. The schools came in a little more than $30 million over budget when they were built, the new schools that we just built. Is that correct or not? Somebody, anybody who knows can answer that, please. Or do we not have an answer?
I would say that is not an accurate statement. I know others would disagree. I think if you are using Mr. Kranz's numbers as the sort of target, yes, the schools were 30 million more than that. But I think we can all agree that those numbers were not appropriate for the year 2018, 19, 20, when the construction actually occurred. As to whether they should have been lower, I'm sorry, whether the final number should have been lower or higher, or whatever, you know, I can't speak to all the specifics, but I think it stands to reason that numbers that were created, as I understand it, over a decade ago and didn't have any, you know, no escalation was applied for inflation, rising costs of construction, changes in the city. It's not reasonable to use those as the sort of expected cost of schools. And that's why my third recommendation is to do this analysis so that an independent organization can give us a set of numbers that we can all stand behind and avoid many of the recriminations that we are currently embroiled in.
Okay, so Mr. Cameras, is there a way I could get some evidence to show that those estimates needed or should have been corrected as a result of inflation? Is there some evidence somebody can give me to verify that? Besides just someone saying it, I want to see numbers.
Sure.
I'm sure they exist somewhere.
Sure, we can provide that.
I would like to see it. My next question has to do with the schools. Are they still working on punch list items for any of these schools that are just built?
Not that I'm aware of.
So they're complete and they all three have certificates of occupancy now?
They all have temporary certificates of occupancy. The formal and final certificate of occupancy comes at a later point once all of the financial matters have been fully resolved. It's a very normal process, and my understanding is that will happen over the next couple of months.
Are kids allowed in those buildings prior to getting certificates of occupancy?
Again, they do have temporary certificates of occupancy, and they
So is that a yes then?
Yes, absolutely. Today, staff, kids, anybody can be in the building.
Okay. So the comparisons to Henrico and Chesterfield is interesting to me that, you know, sometimes people say we're not Henrico and Chesterfield. And then they say, oh, let's look at what Henrico and Chesterfield are doing. And, you know, it depends on what the argument is, it appears. We're either like Henrico and Chesterfield and need to be compared to them, or we're not. I wish people would stay on one side of that. It flip-flops too much and I'm confused. The debt capacity, right? And promising to have the school built by 2024. How does that work? Because the last slide I saw presented to City Council by the Chief Operating Officer, I believe, said that 2024 was when they were going to release funding for the new school. Now, is that different? And explain to me how the school can be built before 2024.
First, if I may, I agree with your statement about the counties. I am as guilty of this as anyone. When we like what they're doing, we say we should be compared to them. And when we don't like what they're doing, we say we shouldn't. And I would love, as a board norm and administration, that we all stop talking about the counties and let's just focus on Richmond. So I take that feedback. As for the timeline, I believe it was the acting chief administrative officer, Mr. Saunders, who emailed a memo to the board and myself in February, which outlined a financing schedule, which would allow the city to move sooner and achieve the construction of WITH for a fall 24 opening.
Okay, I'd like to see evidence of that. Is that public information, and is there evidence of it?
Yes, I'm happy to post that on board docs. I believe it was emailed to the entire school.
Yeah, it was. It looks like this, Ms. Rizzi, we all received it on February the 19th, but it's Mr. Cameron stated, I'm sure you can send it again. But we all did receive that memo. And we said something briefly about it, but we didn't go into depth about it.
And it guarantees that the school can be built by 2024?
I mean, there are no guarantees in life, but that was the projected opening date based upon the approach that the city was putting forward. So yes.
Okay, there, you know, I'd like to see a lot of evidence of that. Like, I need to see numbers. I need to see how this is going to work prior to the city releasing its debt capacity. I'd like to see all of that. And, you know, I do wonder, like, instead of, you know, setting up this acrimony that's taking place right now, why the city couldn't just say, hey, that's the will of the board. You know, it's something other school boards do. If that's what you want, we can support you and we can help you through this, instead of going out and putting press conferences out there and talking negatively about certain board members who support this resolution. It just doesn't seem fair. There is no part of me that ever wanted to delay the building of George Wythe, but I heard that said. I heard it said verbatim. And, you know, it's unfortunate that I came into this with visions of serving, and in the process of doing that, I end up, you know, being cast as somebody I'm not. I don't appreciate it. And, you know, it's going to take me a little while to get past it, but I feel a level of trauma right now that I'm having a hard time dealing with. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Young. Who's next? Next lister.
Yes, ma'am. We have as follows. Madam Chair, you're up next to be followed by Ms. Dorr. Then the superintendent requested the opportunity to address the board, then Ms. Gibson, then Dr. Harris Muhammad.
Thank you. Thank you so very much. I just have two questions, and this is something that came up today at the rally as well, that was initiated by the alumni of George Wythe High School, of which it was open to the public. If we understand, we all were invited. But whatever happened, I was there. And as I shared today, last year, those of us, this is when Linda Orn was the chair of the board, we stood in front of the school, and this to build George Wythe, Woodville, and then later the CTE program came on. It was all a package. It was all a package. So we've gotten to the point of getting ready to write the RFP, but the city would pay for it, and then we're saying, no, you can't have it. So I don't have a problem with, years ago, Richmond Public Schools used to build its own schools. We're in charge of all of this. but it took about 15 years before we could build one school. It took too long. So I just want to make sure as we move forward, that we move forward in a manner in which that we are walking the talk. So my question to you, Mr. Cameras, is for the positions that we are currently stating that we're going to need to hire, which means that Ms. Lee with her staff, thinking about the teachers that need to be hired, the psychologists that need to be hired, the nurses that need to be hired. What else did we list? The additional support teams to be hired. And now we're going to add these positions, which is a little out of the norm for us, but I know Ms. Lee and her team could do it. What my question to you is, right now for these 3 sites of which we're speaking, which I believe is in this letter from Lincoln Sanders, or I read someplace with Mrs. Rizzi, we'll make sure she gets that. It was either $50 to $70 million to remodel the Altria building. My question is, for the positions that we're speaking of hiring, the city already has those positions in place, and we did not have to use our funding out of our budget. That's what I'm asking, because the city was taking care of it for us. So my question to you is, now as we hire these 4 or 5 persons, or 10 or 12 people, however it unfolds, the money's going to come from where?
It would come from our budget.
So that would come from our CIP budget?
Not CIP. CIP is only for construction.
Upgrades.
Yeah,
right.
Or debt-funded repairs.
So some of this money of hiring positions would take away the money at this point that could go towards the building of the new schools. We all come out of the same pot of money.
I think it would come out of our operating budget.
Okay. All right. But whatever it comes, it will come from out of the money that we have. But right now, we don't have to pay for that.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. All right, the next person on the list is Ms. Doerr.
Thank you. So I just want to address the sort of healthy debate that we're having about the role of boards and this board. I do want to say that my comments were made based on one of our first trainings from the Virginia Association of School Boards. We actually went through a role play scenario very much like this, and it was very clear to me that it is not in the purview of the board to recommend specific positions. We recommend a policy. So as an example, this board last meeting recommended a policy or a practice of insourcing our facilities. And then it is up to the administration to carry out that policy change. And so I do maintain that it is beyond our purview as a governing body to recommend specific positions and job titles. We don't know. It's not our role as a governance body to do that, and I maintain that. I appreciate that my colleagues are eager to move forward on insourcing facilities, but we've just made a major change to our budget via vote that was not posted on the agenda and without any opportunity for public comment. And the admin deserves more than 7 days to organize a coherent response and plan. I hope we can all move forward in good faith. I feel like this is a distraction. It's creating infighting and hurt. So unfortunately for the second meeting in a row, we're talking about facilities longer than we're talking about academics and reopening. And I hope we can just move on.
Thank you, Ms. Doerr. Superintendent Cameras.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It was intimated earlier that the elephant in the room is that some members of the board were not supportive, nor was I or the administration of the resolution. And I just want to clarify, that is correct. I was not supportive of the resolution. I was clear about that. But it was further intimated that as a result of that, that I am somehow not going to follow the resolution of the board. And I want to be very clear, that is absolutely false. I serve at the pleasure of the duly elected school board of the city of Richmond and have every intention of implementing the resolution that was passed. I do want to note, while Ms. Dorr noted 7 days, in reality, we're talking about 3 business days. Our board meeting was last Monday. It actually didn't end until Tuesday morning. We had Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. And then I have to prepare with my team the presentations Friday to be uploaded by 5 p.m. So we had 3 business days to do some initial research and follow up with the board. I'm proud of the research that our Chief Operating Officer, Ms. Gonzalez, did. She personally reached out to the chief operating officers of 4 school divisions. I personally reached out to the superintendents of 2 of those divisions to try to ascertain as much information as we possibly could to provide as much context as we could for the board. I was unable to ascertain exactly the positions that we would need to move forward with the resolution, but I have every intention of doing so, unless otherwise directed by this body. I will provide this body with a recommendation as to what positions are needed with specifics, if given some additional time. I will do whatever this body decides. And so tonight, if this body decides to move forward with these positions, then those are the positions that we will seek. I don't know if they're the right ones. I just haven't had a chance to fully ascertain that. I am saddened by the current state of acrimony. I am mostly saddened because I think we all want the same thing. And obviously we have some strong opinions about how to get there. I even wouldn't mind and would be supportive of RPS taking over construction. The reason I was strongly opposed to it at our last meeting was merely one of timing, where we are in the process with George Wythe, where our current capabilities are, and I will always move heaven and earth to achieve the goals set forth by this body, but it's also my responsibility to be realistic with you about what it takes to do that. Not foot dragging, just being realistic. And knowing, for example, it took us almost a year to hire a new chief operating officer, and that was a position that already existed. And I think you can imagine how motivated I was in the middle of a pandemic to have a chief operating officer. I share that only by way of example. It just takes time. And I will put all of my energy behind whatever decision this body makes. I just want to make sure that we have a shared understanding of what some of these actions take. I don't want to overpromise and underdeliver for you all. This is all extremely important work. But I do feel it's absolutely essential when I feel my integrity is being questioned to set the record straight. I will always follow whatever directives I'm given by this body, as is my job, and will give all of my energy, heart, and soul to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cameras. Ms. Gibson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I appreciate the sentiment or, words shared by Mr. Cameras. I wanted to circle back on the comment my colleague, Ms. Rizzi, asked about the $30 million overage. And while Mr. Krantz provided the $110 million estimate, the estimates we should be following are the estimates that were provided by the architect of the schools as required by the RFP for those schools. The RFP required that the architect provide a cost estimate of how much it would cost to build the prototypes based on inflation and current day costs. And the architect provided prices of about $183 per square foot, which was an increase from the square footage cost when the schools were originally built. And our schools are, were built, I believe the costs were closer to $300 a square foot. So, so when we're talking about, making apples to apples comparison, right? The architect provided those estimates based on the very same designs and inflation, and our costs came in far in excess of that. Okay, so so that's what we're talking about the overages on. So I am eager to hear, I'm eager to move forward with the motion that's on the table. That said, I also think that perhaps there should be some clarity made as to why the resolution that I shared was not made public. I put the document, I put it on social media, and that's not something that people do when they want things to be a secret. I shared it on all of the social media channels, and prior to putting it on social media, I shared it with the administration, I shared it with all of my board colleagues, and I made sure to do that before the agenda setting meeting that was held on Tuesday on a weekly basis, and certainly ahead of when our documents are shared, at the end of the week. And so the notion that that there was something done, underhandedly, is frustrating. I will tell you, I was frustrated because it felt intentional that it was not shared. And so moving forward, I think we need to figure out a way to ensure that does not happen again. But as I said, at this point, I'm eager to move forward with the motion on the table as it's getting closer to 10 o'clock. Thank you.
Dr. Harris Muhammad.
Yes, Madam Chair, very quickly, because I too want to close this discussion so we can move on with our extensive agenda. Mr. Cameron, thank you for making those comments because some of our board colleagues, for the public to know, were deeply hurt today. I actually took the liberty to pray with her today because she was deeply hurt by some of the behaviors that was portrayed to her. So I thank you for saying that. Moving forward, I would like for us to vote on the amended motion. I have not spoke the amended motion. I've typed it in the chat, and for the public, I will read it out loud. And also, last thing, I want to be very clear because sometimes people don't understand what facilities has to do with instruction. It's directly correlated. Dealing with the finances, the programming, the people you put in the building to instruct and lead children. So there is a correlation, and I stand on that any day behind my 30-year career. The type of buildings you put in children is directly correlated to the instructional programs in the building. And I think, many of us know that who have worked tirelessly in school divisions. So I know that there are others that want to speak and close this out. And let me say also publicly, I nowhere, anywhere typed it, said it, spoke it, preached it, danced it. I never said I did not want a new George Wythe. I never said that. So moving forward, what I would like for us to consider as the amended motion is the school board authorizes the superintendent to create job descriptions for a construction project manager, a director of construction management, and a contract and compliance officer of procurement suited for construction projects to be created immediately for the Virginia Department of Education for review. I think people are missing that part, for review. And if the superintendent says, well, Dr. Harris Muhammad or the board, you know, I know you had a motion but we have some other positions that we may need to bring, that's fine. But not in eagerness or not trying to delay anything. Vote on the amended motion as presented, yay or nay, and let's move forward. Shonda Matia Harris will not take it personal. We'll move forward. We got work to do and let's get it done. That's where I am right now. So there it is. Let's vote on it and let's move forward.
Mr. Young, is there anyone else?
Oh, yes, there is. Miss White,
Miss who?
Miss White, Miss Rizzi, Miss Page, and Miss Dorr.
Miss White?
Thank you, Madam President. I don't have much to say. I think it's all been said. I'm ready to move on, but I do have this to say. Mr. Cameras, and I know that I just heard that some of my fellow colleagues had a press conference today, and we talked about, I heard a lot of collaboration was said, but I feel if the relationship is good with the city and you have your mayor out there to actually back that, then there should be no problem with communication or collaboration in building schools. They've been building them all this time. So I'm sure on the plate right now, we have a motion. This is what we need. This is what we need. It can always, just like Dr. Muhammad said, it can come back and say, well, we can't, it has to go there. I mean, it has to go to the Department of Education and it may not be approved, but this is what we need. And I feel that if everybody is passionate about getting these schools built and the mayor is to stand out there with a couple of our colleagues, then it shouldn't be no problem with communication and collaboration. But somehow we forgot Woodville School. And I heard Ms. Burke said that earlier, but when we were out there talking about collaboration, Woodville School was never mentioned. I'm not sure what this was, what this PR was about today, but why I'm sitting on this board is about the children, the education, my children education. We know we need to get these schools built. We need to get our children back into school. So hopefully, I hope we get on board. We can vote for this. It's no problem. I'm not sure why we're having this over and over and over communication like this about who's going to build schools or what going to build schools. And I know, Mr. Cameras, you said you had a great understanding with the city. It seemed like we would come together and say, well, you know, we still can put the RFP out. That was said today. We was going to put the RFP. Who knows that? Nobody else on the board knew that, but a couple of people. We're going to go ahead and put the RFP. Who was going to procure it? They can do that. And then the next schools, we will build. These schools build schools. So I'm trying to figure out, we have this great relationship, communication and collaboration. Why not do it together this time? There's more money in this budget. It is fully funded this year. I've already seen the PowerPoints. I've had my district meeting. We have more money than we ever had. So it's time to do the things that we need. And I'm sure Ms. Lee don't mind putting all of this together. I mean, this is her job, that she's on the team, and we need to take care of our students. But right now we need to go ahead on with this motion because it is really getting late. Thank you.
Ms. White, thank you. I have a question of you, Ms. White, if I may, for clarity. From what I understood at the last meeting last Monday, when it was voted that the city would no longer, it was voted that Richmond Public Schools would build its own schools. I don't have a problem with that. The timing just threw me off. So you just stated that they could still do the RFP, they could still do the procurement, but we motioned last week and it was the will of the board that moving forward, it's Richmond Public Schools' total responsibility. It wouldn't be a collaboration there in place. They wouldn't have that responsibility. Did I misunderstand what was passed last week?
You didn't misunderstand that, Ms. Burke. I'm saying this because I heard that it was an RFP supposed to have been put right on there. And I don't want no one to get to misunderstand or because that wasn't what the motion was. Like, we're holding up RFPP because we don't have these people in place. That wasn't what it was supposed to bring on with your PR thing you did today. That wasn't what it was supposed to be like. Oh, we're holding it up, and we have no intentions to holding anything up. I don't. I want everything the best thing for the children. But wait a minute, Ms. Burke, don't cut me off now because I'm on the road.
I agree. I agree with what you're saying. Yes.
But what I'm saying is, if we have to wait, Mr. Cameron is saying, well, it's going to take a while to get these positions up and this position. And I know myself, 2024, this school is supposed to be built. Why are we putting an RFP out now? Because I keep hearing that. Why are we putting an RFP now? You said it in your yes. Why are we putting one out now? And Mr. I didn't hear anything about Woodville, and that is another school that I'm keep hearing something about the tech center. We're still leaving kids behind? Because I haven't heard anybody say anything about Woodville. It wasn't
Woodville is on the list.
No, it's not. It's not even on the budget.
It's on your notes today. And
it's on my notes beforehand. It's on my notes, Ms. Burke, but it's not on the mayor's, on his budget. It is on there for WILF. So let's get it right now. When we tell stuff to out to our communities, it is on there for WILF, and it is on there for the technical center. But Woodville was not on nothing. It was nothing on the mayor's budget. And I saw it myself last Thursday. So can you explain that to me?
Yes, Mr. Cameras.
I'm not sure what Ms. White is referencing in specific.
I'm referencing the mayor's budget. It was actually, my city council gave us our actual district meeting. So everyone in our district, we saw the PowerPoints. There was no Woodville listed there, but I keep hearing Woodville. Woodville was one of the schools that was supposed to be built. Now, I saw that it did have George Wilf. So George Wilf is on there, and also the technical center is on the mayor's budget, but I did not see Woodville. So where does that come in? That's what I'm asking.
And you also want to know about the RFP. Why would we start the RFP now, correct?
Why would you start the RFP now when the school is supposed to be built in 2024? Right. It's not going to take 3 years to get your RFPP unless you want to wait for Dr. Shonda Muhammad's positions, because we can have the positions in. I need some clarity on that. Can someone give me some clarity on that?
Yes. If I may, Madam Chair.
Yes, please.
The fall of 2024 was the date that the city was planning to open up the new George Wythe. So the RFP was to go out now to begin that work as expeditiously as possible to be able to achieve the opening of the new school in the fall of 2024. Not to start building in the fall of 24, to open up the new school in the fall of 24. And the reason that I articulated in our previous meeting and in the presentation for this evening that it would take longer if we handled George Wythe is not any commentary about the board or the administration. I think we could be in a position once we have the right team to manage all of this work. I was only trying to honestly share that we don't currently have that capacity. And so if you have one timeline where everything is ready to start now, and you have a different timeline where everything will start at some point in the future once we have new positions approved and hired for, it only stands to reason that your endpoint will be later as well. And so I don't want to give the board or the public the false impression that I, as the responsible party for executing on your resolution, will be able to deliver on the same timeline as the city. Please don't misunderstand me. I am not saying that to persuade anyone. I understand everybody has their strong opinions about this. I share it only to manage your expectations about the reality of where we are. How much later, I don't know, but it will be significantly later. I also am under the impression from other conversations this body has had that the construction approach that the school board would like to take is different from the construction approach the city would like to take. Not to get too technical, but one is called construction manager at risk, which is what we did for the last 3 schools. The other is called design bid build. I understand it that this body would likely choose design bid build. And if that is what the body chooses, of course, that is what we will do. I also understand it to mean that design bid build is a longer process because first you design, then you bid, then you build. CM at risk, the way the 3 schools were done just now, some of that work happens in parallel. So when I reflect on the difference in how the board would like to, as I understand it, approach the construction, and the fact that it's going to take us some time to get these additional positions, and I want to get good people to do this work well, it is not possible for me to execute on the same timeline as the city. It will be later. That's not me being confrontational. It's just me being honest about the reality. How much later, I don't know. And of course, I will do everything humanly possible to make things go as fast as possible, because I don't want any child, as I know none of you want any child, spending any more time than they have to in George Wythe. And I 100% believe with every fiber in my being that none of you, nobody in the city wants children to be in that building any longer than they have to. I just want to honestly share that I can't deliver on the same timeline as the city, given where things are right now. In the future, for future projects, maybe we could, once we are fully staffed up and we have expertise in this area, and then I would give you a different assessment. Maybe we'll build the next middle school, elementary school, whatever the case may be, as fast or faster than Cardinal or River City, who knows? But for right now, I can't deliver on George Wythe on the same timeline that the city can. And I just want to be honest with you and with the public on that.
Okay, you froze for a minute. Ms. Rizzi?
Yeah, so I have some comments. First of all, hold on, this thing is turned off. So one thing I want to make clear, I received no formal invitation to this press conference today. I'm not sure what the point was to have that with 2 board members, nobody else. It seemed to communicate division in ways I was told we weren't supposed to do when I joined this board. I heard verbatim that I voted to delay the building of George Wythe. I heard that. That was said. And I challenge anybody to go back and look at that press conference and look at how things were said, look at how statements were made, and leave that feeling sure that people weren't being disparaged. There were dog whistles, right? There were dog whistles. And it was incredibly unprofessional. I have no other way to describe it. I have some questions. You know, we were talking, it just was raised that we needed to be specific about the positions that we need. I'm not sure if that is the board's responsibility. You know, if I just, you know, talked about a non-academic branch of our schools, right? Say facilities, right? We say, okay, or you say, Mr. Cameras, we need a facilities department. Is it the board who then turns around and creates the positions? I don't think that's happened for any department involved with RPS. Why would it be an exception for this? I think it's up to you and your staff and the people that get hired to determine our needs where that's concerned. I don't think it's the board's responsibility to determine exactly which positions are going to be necessary. We pass the policy. We approve the policy. And so, you know, as far as how this gets done, whether it is design, bid, build, or the other way that you were describing, that to me is immaterial. What we ask is that the schools build schools. And then we need the experts to figure out how that gets done. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms.
Madam
Page.
Chair, may I just say one word?
Sure, please. Yes.
Ms. Rizzi, I agree with you that normally how we would operate, the board issues a policy and then I and the administration figures out how to implement it, which is the work we have started. Again, I'm intending to come to this body with a recommendation about the specific positions that are needed. And so again, I want to reaffirm that work is underway. We just weren't in a position to be able to provide it this evening.
I do have a follow-up. You know, I do need that documentation because everything I've seen, every slide, every budget document has said that the funding would be released on 2024, not that the school would be built by then. So I need evidence, and the public needs evidence that there was always a plan to have this school built by 2023. I need that. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll make sure you get that letter, Ms. Rizzi. In the second paragraph, it references that.
It can reference that, but I need evidence beyond that letter.
Well. Okay. Ms. Dewar, excuse me, Ms. Page, then Ms. Dewar.
Thank you. I'm not sure how long we have spent on this topic, but we do need to move forward one way or the other. And I want to set the record straight, make it very clear to my colleagues and to the public. That press conference today was put on by the community. And as far as I know, my colleague in the 5th, Ms. Rizzi, you were invited. Like I said, it was put on by the community. But again, and that's really not, that's neither here nor there. But the fact of the matter now, we need to move forward because we have spent, what, an hour having this discussion, and how much time have we spent talking about our kids and how, you know, making sure that everything is in place for reopening, a safe reopening. Yeah. So that's all I have to say right now, because there's no need in belaboring the point. We need to move forward, take the vote, and go forward.
Thank you, Ms. Page. Ms. Stewart?
I agree. And I think that, you know, I would request that we certainly take this up in our governance training. I think we've learned a lot about, you know, us as we're forming as a body. I did want to make a note on the agenda item request. I appreciate that this resolution was sent to us in advance, but it is our board norm to introduce agenda topics at the meeting prior. And I can certainly, I relate to being frustrated with things not getting on the agenda. Certainly it's happened to me a number of times, but the way that I understand it from our board norms is that we request in a current meeting, and then it's supposed to show up depending on how the agenda setting meeting goes at the following meeting. That said, I understand that there was some urgency around this. So there could have been a couple of different things that we could have done. One, we definitely should have amended the agenda to include this as part of the agenda. The agenda was not amended to include this as part of the agenda. But two, and probably more importantly, I made a motion to delay this vote for 3 weeks to allow for ample time for public comment. And I just have a hard time understanding why we couldn't have delayed for 3 weeks. We have 2 reads as a board norm on almost everything, every major decision that we do. And this is probably one of the most consequential decisions that we're going to make as a body. I actually agree with insourcing our facilities. I do. I don't agree with doing it tomorrow. I have concerns about our capacity doing it right now. I would like to see a phased approach, and I was hoping to have the opportunity to weigh in on that. But the fact that we introduced and voted on something in the same meeting is just strange to me. And so that is what I'm talking about. So I don't understand why we couldn't have waited an additional 3 weeks to come up with some more consensus as a board. Instead, we're now here as a board, all mad at each other, and it sucks. And I don't want to be the laughingstock of Richmond. We have got to figure out how we can better work together as a governing body and not take things personally and not be in tears and not be up until midnight, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And I'm willing to do my part in whatever I need to do to be a better board colleague. But this situation, I hope we can learn from this as a board and not have it continue.
Thank you so much, Ms. Dora. Thank you very much. Mr. Young, is there anyone else?
Ms. Gibson.
Ms. Gibson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So as regards to bringing things up during new business, that's if something brand new. So for instance, I've brought up many times in new business that I'd like to have an agenda item specific to special education. It's never happened, but I have requested that several times in new business. And if it's not something that was already going to be discussed, this would be new business to discuss. This was not new business. In fact, it was existing business. There was an agenda item that was already planned. And I knew that there would be one already planned. And so if the administration is going to upload a document that specifically argues against the resolution that I'm suggesting, out of good faith, the resolution should have been uploaded as well. So I think that's important to state. Now, the other thing I think that's important to state is that we introduced the resolution. We had a vote about the resolution, and now we're being told that the next week that they were going to put an RFP on the table. You know, so clearly when it comes to timelines, there's some big disconnect that's happening. You know, and there are some serious disconnects that are happening when it comes to timelines and it comes to the city. So I find it particularly disconcerting that we're talking about whether or not we're going to meet the city's timeline when the city's never been able to meet their own timeline. You know, where are these dates coming from? They're not based on something that was even feasible to do in the beginning. You know, we are talking about building new schools. They haven't even torn down the old ones yet, you know? So if you want to talk about what the laughing stock is, I mean, you know, clearly something's not working, particularly when it comes to timelines. So Now, in terms of, how long it takes to build a building, that's an excellent question, So design development can take anywhere from a year to maybe 18 months. If you're working on a new building, designing from scratch. If you're working on an existing prototype, it can take 6 months or so, perhaps more, Then yes, you go out to bid, and then building a school, if it's a high school, I mean, that could take 2 years, So the schedule that the city had developed for the schools, the 3 schools that were built, was not based on any type of reality, as far as I can tell. So I don't know why we're putting any sort of reality in the schedule on the table, right? But what I do know is if we get money in 2023, that gives us enough time to design and work on a plan to get a school in place. It does. And I want to see a way to make it happen. And if that requires that we get a consultant temporarily, then we do it. We need to bring somebody on team that can then take over this process long term. There is no excuse. There's no excuse. It's completely entirely doable. And so that's what we aim towards. We aim towards being able to put an RFP out for construction of a school in 2023. That gives us plenty of time. And then we move into construction. Now, I'm not promising that the school is going to be built in 2024. I'm not a general contractor. No, what I'm telling you is typically schools are not built this large in a year's time, So I don't know what that timeline was based on, but look, we'll bring somebody in-house and they can tell us, what the timeline is that's feasible. But ultimately, the city has been making a lot of promises that hasn't been happening. And so just as we've all been saying, we don't want to promise something that's not going to happen. Well, we don't want to set our expectation at something that was never even doable to begin with. And then it doesn't happen and nobody seems to bat an eyelash, So yes, I want a plan on how we're going to move forward, how we're going to have design development in place so that we can move forward with construction. We have the money in 2023 or 2024 or whenever it is. Done.
Thank you, Ms. Gibson. And, I'm thinking also, someone asked earlier about the RFP. Every Thursday, board members along with the superintendent, we're in a JCT meeting, the Joint Construction Team. So I have to be mindful of that. And I know you all read the notes that's on our board docs. But I'm thinking back as we move forward. I'm not making excuses, but I know with 2 of the schools, I know Henry L. Marsh and Cardinal, COVID went through both of those sites and they closed. They had to stop construction completely because they were under a lot of things happened that were not planned from the very beginning. I know the digging of Henry L. Marsh had to be much, because we're landlocked pretty much so, had to dig much further and much deeper because of all the debris and whatever else, and that wasn't planned. So a lot of things happened that technically, and then we also had an opportunity to, maybe in the past, we would have signed off on the schools being built, but by being closed for COVID, we were able to go through every building, wall by wall, corner by corner, to make sure things were done up to par. And which is one of the reasons why we had the punch list and things they were still working on. But I do remember at length, because of COVID, I cannot remember if it affected River City, Mr. Cameras, but I know Cardinal and Mason, they were shut down a month, then back on for 2 weeks, then back on. So things happened that were out of our control. My major concern is just that, and I want to make sure I'm understanding you correctly, Ms. Gibson. And so you're saying that we would get started on 2023 for schools, hopefully to be completed by 2024. Is that what you stated?
What I'm stating is that we aren't able to go into the ground, right? We can't build anything until we have access to the funds, right? So what I'm saying is that we align starting to build the school with when we'll have the money to build it.
Okay. Okay. All right, thank you. Mr. Young, anyone else before we go back to the motion to vote?
Yes, ma'am. I probably won't surprise you when I tell you we do.
It's
Ms.
you.
White, I'm sorry.
Oh, no. I thought it would be you. Okay.
Miss White and then Miss Page.
All right, Ms. White, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam President. This question is just one question for Mr. Cameras. It's starting to seem like, because all I'm hearing tonight is that we have issues with building the building. My question is, who gave the authorization? I wasn't on the board then, but who gave the authorization for the city to build the schools?
That was a process that was approved by the board in 2018.
I remember it vividly. Thank you. Ms. White, do you have another question? We'll come back to you. Ms. Page?
No, I don't.
All right, thank you. Ms. Page? Ms. Page, you're muted.
Yes, I know.
Okay.
Process-wise, so the city allocates the funding to build schools. There needs to be clarity on with that process change, or I just wanted to make it clear. We're talking about building schools, but the city ultimately allocates the funding to the school system. So if we continue to go down this path, schools build schools, does that change the funding allocation? I mean, I want, that needs to be clarified as well. So that's my question, Superintendent Cameras, that if you could bring that information back as well. If the structure changes, or not. And that's the question I think we need to know. And you don't have to answer now, but we just don't know because we don't have the ability to raise funds. So you got to have money to do things. Thank you.
Ms. Page. Thank you. All right, Mr. Young, anyone else?
No, ma'am.
All right, so Dr. Harris Muhammad, would you repeat your motion, please? Your amended motion, I guess.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Sorry for the delay. Let me get myself together. Okay. And I did put it in the chat. I got to go up a little bit. Okay. The school board authorizes the superintendent to create job descriptions for a construction project manager, a director of construction management, and a contracts and compliance officer of procurement suited for construction projects to be created immediately for the Virginia Department of Education for review.
And is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Okay, I think Mrs. Gibson seconded, correct? Motion was made by Dr. Harris Muhammad and seconded by Ms. Gibson. If there be no further debate, we're now ready to vote. Madam Clerk?
Mrs. Dorr?
Oh,
No.
okay.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear your motion, your answer.
No.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. White?
Yes.
Ms. Gibson?
Yes.
Mr. Young?
Aye.
Ms. Rizzi?
Yes.
Dr. Harris Muhammad?
Yes.
Mrs. Burke?
No.
Mrs. Page?
No.
Ms. Jones?
No.
Motion passes.
All right. We will move forward to 5 point. Oh, I'm sorry. Someone else wanted to, I'm sorry, Mr. Young, go ahead.
Madam Chair, I do have a separate motion that I would like to introduce at this point.
Okay.
Specifically, the school board of the city of Richmond both affirms its 5-3 vote on December the 4th, 2017 to construct a new George Wythe High School, and its 8-0 vote on November the 16th, 2020 to raise the former and now vacated Elkhart Thompson Middle School. To that end, the school board directs the administration to procure bids in 2021 for construction of a new George Wythe and demolition of Elkhart Thompson.
You've heard the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved by Mr. Young and seconded by Ms. Rizzi. Are we ready? Any debate? Any questions?
Mr. Young, put that in the chat.
Yes, ma'am. Here it comes.
And I do
So,
have
Mr.
one clarifying question, if I may, Madam Chair,
Yes, please.
just so I know how to proceed. Does this motion mean that the board is instructing the administration to write a new RFP for the construction of George Wythe, yes, and the demolition of the Thompson building for the board to review? I just want to make sure I am following the will of the board.
Mr. Young?
Madam Chair, this motion is agnostic as it relates to the superintendent's inquiry and does not presume to require a new RFP for either of those two projects.
Respectfully, I request guidance from the board so I know how to proceed. Is it the will of this board to have the city put forth its RFP for those projects? Or is it the will of the board to have me direct my team to create new RFPs? I am happy to do whichever the board wants. I just need to know what the board wants.
I have a question, Mr. Cameras. In looking at your recommendations that you made, any of what Mr. Young just stated, did anything regarding the recommendations of which you've given us, was anything from there, have we addressed? Or we
No,
disregarded what you presented?
No, ma'am, not yet.
Okay. Okie dokie. So the question right now is, but we don't have an RFP, correct? The city, since now we've stated to the city, we're going to do it ourselves. The city had not done an RFP yet. It was planned to be done from what we discussed 2 weeks ago in joint JCT meeting, I think this week. So we say we're going to use the cities. How can we use the cities if it hasn't been done? Am I missing something?
Madam Chair, my understanding is an RFP has been written.
Okay.
And is prepared to be issued.
Okay.
Again, what I am asking of the board, and I am agnostic, I will do as the board directs me. Am I to pursue the city's RFP and have them put it out to bid? Or am I to direct my Department of Procurement to create an RFP for these projects and put it out? I want to make sure that I am complying with the resolution that was passed and following this motion if it were to pass. I just want to make sure I am clear on my next steps.
All right, who's listed to discuss? Mr. Young, do you want to respond to that?
Well, yes, ma'am. I gladly would. Again, I will include in the chat. But again, I'm agnostic as relates to. I am cognizant that the city, either has an RFP or RFPs, plural, because the motion pertains to two projects, i.e. the construction of George Wythe and the demolition of Elkhart Thompson. It's my understanding, to the superintendent's point, that either those RFPs are done or they are nearing finality. The intent of my motion is, as I said earlier, agnostic. It is not to preclude the superintendent from using the RFPs, plural, that the city have either finished or are nearing completion, Madam Chair. But Madam Chair, to answer your question, the following persons, Ms. Gibson, then Ms. White, and then Ms. Page, requested, and now, if I may, I now put in the chat the motion.
Ms. Gibson, Mrs. Page.
No, I'm sorry, Ms. Gibson, then Ms. White, then Ms. Page.
All right, Ms. Gibson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So in regards to the resolution, I just want to remind the board that the language, it says Richmond Public Schools will solely own and oversee the bidding, design, and construction process for future schools built in the city of Richmond. So I don't believe it was I can say it wasn't there's no interest in like having all of a sudden the city, stop anything that was in progress as it pertains to the current schools that are in construction. If there are hammers that need to be hit, please keep hitting them. We need to get those schools ready for the schools to begin, and the demolition is part of that. So, it's surprising to me that there isn't an RFP out already to have that demolition done. It was surprising to me that we were asked about demolishing schools after construction had already started, So again, this goes back to some of the questions that I have in terms of the process and working with the city overall. So again, I agree with Mr. Young. I don't understand why the city would not continue with the process. I mean, they should finish what they started, and part of it is having the site be ready and complete, and those existing buildings are part of it.
Okay, Ms. Gibson, I'm a little confused here. Mr. Cameras?
I believe Ms. White and Ms. Page precede me.
Okay. Okay, Ms. White?
Thank you, Madam President. My question is, Mr. Cameras, it's a two-part question. What is the current status of the RFP now? And my part B of that is, I heard you state, do you want your procurement to put it out or the city? Now, have they already put it out? And can your procurement department handle putting the RFP out for demolition?
So I want to separate two issues. One is the building of a new George Wythe. The other is the demolition of Thompson. Our original understanding and the city's original understanding is that, I'm going to talk about Thompson first, is that the demolition of Thompson could be achieved as part of the contract for the construction of River City. The city's Office of Procurement ruled that it could not, and that it had to be bid separately. Mr. Young and Mrs. Burke are aware of this as they attend the weekly JCT meetings and can speak to this. As a result, the city began the process several months ago of preparing an RFP separate from River City for the demolition of Thompson. That process, as I understand it from the JCT meetings, again, which Mr. Young and Mrs. Burke have attended, and so they have the same information that I do, was nearing completion and going to go to the relevant parties for finalization and then to be placed out to bid. We were told by the city that even if the city were to do so, it would not be complete until the end of this calendar year. Again, Mr. Young and Mrs. Burke can confirm this. And so that's Thompson. And whether the board wants the city to continue with that, so be it. As for George Wythe, that is clearly under the purview of the resolution, as it is a future school. And so again, I want to ask the question, and to be frank, I do not think the board can be agnostic about this question. Is the board instructing me to request from the mayor that the city move forward with its RFP for the construction of a new George Wythe? Or is the board instructing me to thank the city for the work that they have done, but to ask my chief operating officer and the procurement department to begin work on a new RFP for the construction of George Wythe? I need that guidance to know how to follow the directive of the board. I will gladly follow either pathway, but I do need to know which one I'm being asked to pursue.
I think that's, thank you. Thank you very much for that, asking for clarification. Did Ms. Page, did you ask your question?
No, I did not, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
So my question, so I see the motion that Jonathan put out there, but the administration, I don't know how we get, yes, I do, but we kind of got off topic. But in the capital plan recommendation that we received tonight, recommendation one, we all have that presentation within our, that we can all review this information, but the recommendation includes constructing a new George Wythe, constructing a new standalone career technical education high school by renovating the old Trail property to the division owns via a foundation which could replace RTC. Third, constructing a new Woodville Elementary School. So this is very similar to what Mr. Young is proposing, but this is the recommendation from the administration. And to me, this is more, and there is a rationale along with, the recommendation one. So that's my question. I'm confused. It's late. And I know we're confusing the public.
Because we're confused.
Exactly. I mean, because we have a recommendation one that's presented by the administration. I mean, are we just, I don't know.
We've asked the superintendent to do certain things and then we go past it and
yeah,
recreate
because he
after.
has a recommendation that is very clear and speaks to
what we ask.
Same, yeah. So help us.
All right, the next person to speak, Mr. Young.
Madam Chair, it's yours truly, and to the superintendent's request, I think that's a most fair request of him. I would propose, and if Ms. Rizzi is amenable to what I'm going to say next, that she seconded it, to include in the motion, as I've sent to my colleagues, to that end, this is the last clause of that motion, Madam Chair. To that end, the school board directs the administration to procure bids leveraging leveraging city's RFPs in 2021 for construction of the new George Wythe and demolition of Elkhart Thompson.
If I may, I would appreciate clarity on what leveraging is. And is the city, do you want me to ask the city to put out the RFP, or do you want me and the RPS procurement team to put out the RFP? You can only have one of those. I'm glad to do either one. I just need to know what the board is asking of the administration so that I'm able to do so.
The former. So I'm sorry, Madam Chair. So the intent, Madam Chair, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Go right ahead, and then I'll finish. Go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. The intent, Superintendent, is yes, for the city. They have RFPs, presumably either done or nearly done for both of these projects. Construction of the new George Wythe and the demolition of Elkhart Thompson, and to put those RFPs out on the street, the city. Yes, sir.
So to be clear, the motion is to request the administration to request the city to move forward with the RFPs for Wythe and the demolition of Thompson. I have a further question. Does the board, if this motion were to pass, need to review those RFPs before the city puts them out?
Question: the city is going to pay for this? That's which is what we originally planned. I'm confused because we said a few minutes ago if the city had already started and they already started rolling things out, if the city will continue for this time around, is that what I heard? And then as we build the next set of schools, we will build them. What? I'm not clear. I heard two things because. Go ahead.
I do want to respect that one of our colleagues has a question. I can either address the superintendent's question, or if Ms. Dorr would like to proceed, it's your Ms. Dorr's pleasure.
Ms. Dorr?
My question is similar. I'm confused as to whether, well, a question about process. If the city issues the RFP, then does the city build the new George Wythe, or how does that work logistically? So that's my question, but I think it's kind of the same question that you, Ms. Chairberg, asked.
Madam Chair, Ms. White has a question.
Ms. White?
Thank you, Madam President. What I'm hearing here, sitting here, what I think that Mr. Young is saying is if the city has already done the RFPs or started the RFPs, that they continue on with the RFPs. And I know that Ms. Dorr was stating, should they build it? Well, it seems to me that Mr. Cameron's probably would have those positions in place, and you have to, I will believe that you would have to weigh that to see how long is it going to take them on that RFPs. When would they put it out? When would the status come back? When would they? It all is determined. When are those RFPs going to be put out? So I think that the questions is who's going to build it and who's this. The question should be right now, who's going to do the RFPs? And let's move on.
Thank you. Is it someone else, Mr. Young?
Madam Chair, not as of yet. And yes, just to Ms. White's point, correct. The intent is, and I see the superintendent has a comment. The intent is that the city, to Ms. White's point, have RFPs for both these projects ready, that they would put them out in the street. But to answer the superintendent's question, absolutely. Compliant with the resolution adopted last week, the school board of the city of Richmond would then review the the bids, proposals that come in relevant to the, said RFPs. And as it relates to construction, that obviously that's an entire different but Ms. Page has a question.
Ms. Page, before you move forward, I have one question. I'm gonna be quiet. Can you do that? Can the city do that, do the RFP, then we review it? Or does it have to be the whole city? Just some things we're talking about right now. I don't know what the role of the city is with this process. So I'm wondering if we need to come back when we do on the 3rd to, maybe you all don't want to wait that long, but at least to give the superintendent to find out if we can have the city. The city may not, I don't know what the ruling is, what the ruling would be. Do you, Mr. Cameras?
Well, there's the only thing precluding the city from putting out the RFP for a new George Wythe is the resolution that the board passed a week ago.
Right.
So as the individual charged with carrying out your decisions, I am unclear as to how the resolution from a week ago comports with asking the city to continue to proceed with the procurement process. Nonetheless, if that is what the board directs me to do, that is what I will pursue. My question to Mr. Young, though, was not whether the board would review the bids. My question was, does the board, if I am directed to ask the city to continue with the RFP process, does the board want to review the RFP before it goes out? Because how an RFP is written impacts the kinds of bids you get back. So if that is the case, and I am directed to ask the city to continue with their process, then my understanding would be to bring the RFP to this body, I suppose, at the next meeting for review and consideration. I do think this body needs to address the inconsistency between the resolution from last week and now asking the city to continue to do the procurement of the design of a new George Wythe. I'm going to throw out a potential compromise position to potentially help us move forward out of all of this. I don't know where it will go, but if the board were willing to endorse the JCT process for George Wythe and the school system handling all future projects, I think that might get us out of this pickle that we're in. Let's be frank. The city's done a lot of work on the RFP and we want to use that. But the board passed a resolution that said, we're going to do it all. And so we're stuck. So why don't we just say, look, the city's made progress. They have a commitment to open it up by the fall of 24. That's good for kids. We have final say on the design of a new George Wythe. Let's keep going with that process. And we can tell the city now, everything future we're going to do. That gives the administration several months to staff up, get ready, be in a position to handle the next projects, whatever they are. And it gets us out of this pickle. Because right now we're trying to have our cake and eat it too. And I offer that up.
Thank you, Mr. Cameras. Mr. Young?
Dr. Harris Mohammed, then Ms. Rizzi.
Dr. Harris Mohammed, the floor is yours.
Yes, ma'am. I stand by the resolution that I voted for last week. I don't, Mr. Cameras, I like your analogy about having our cake and eat it too. I think it was a valid question because the question was, the will of the board that voted for the resolution was not in collaboration with the city, that's farthest from the truth. So, Mr. Young, I would like for you to consider, you know, to the point that you made earlier, I stand by the school division can move forward on the resolution. And so if it takes you a couple of months to get it done, if it takes you 4 months to get it done, whatever the time frame is, none of us really know. But I would like to see the division, if Mr. Young would like to amend his agenda, amend his motion to direct the administration to do that, then let's move forward. And I would like to close the question.
Thank you, Dr. Harris Muhammad. Ms. Rizzi?
Yes, I am. I just have a question. If this RFP is near completion, are we able to see it like tomorrow, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, sometime really soon, and review it?
I'm glad to contact the city first thing tomorrow morning and obtain whatever they have. Absolutely. But again, for me, the question is just how do I proceed?
Ms. Page?
I think you could start there.
Oh, I'm sorry. Excuse me. Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying, you know, you could start there, Mr. Cameras, by just getting us the RFP.
If they'll give it to us. Yes, seriously. That's why I don't know the whole process. That's why I was asking. I'm sorry.
I have no doubt that they'll share whatever they've been working on. And I'm happy to inquire first thing in the morning and share that with the board. Again, though, I'm just trying to understand. Let's assume that they do. Is the RPS procurement office then going to make any edits based on feedback from the school board and then ultimately issue that RFP? Or are we asking the city to do that work? I just need to know how to proceed.
Ms. Page?
Thank you. Just to confuse us even more. So Jonathan, my question to you, would you be willing to rescind your motion and consider recommendation 1 that was presented to us by the administration, and to include the demolition of the Thompson building? Would that satisfy or achieve what we are trying to accomplish so that we can move forward?
If I may, Madam Chair?
Yes, please.
Mrs. Page, I appreciate the sentiment. I do think that first recommendation is a separate matter from the proposal that Mr. Young made. I think the first recommendation that I shared with you this evening is really about the priority order in terms of the projects that we would do. I think even if the board were to approve that first recommendation, which calls for George Wythe to be the first project up, the question still remains how to proceed on the George Wythe project. And so that's why I do think they're slightly different. So we should address Mr. Young's motion.
Okay, I was just trying to help so that we can move forward.
Mr. Young, is anyone else?
Yes, Madam Chair, but Yes, Madam Chair. As a short answer, the long answer is I do want to acknowledge one of our colleagues has, specifically Dr. Harris Mohammed, has called the question. I respectfully defer to you, Madam Chair.
All right, so this, cool. You want to repeat your motion? It's in the chat.
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
Okay, would you repeat it for us, please?
The school board of the city of Richmond both affirms its 5-3 vote on December 4, 2017 to construct a new George Wythe High School and its 8-0 vote on November 16, 2020 to raise the former and now vacated Elkhart Thompson Middle School. To that end, the school board directs the administration to procure bids in 2021 for construction of a new George Wythe and demolition of Elkhart Thompson.
All right, and it was seconded by Dr. Harris Mohammed, correct?
I believe
it was Ms. Renzi, but I can second it.
I'm not sure. Madam Clerk, what do you have?
I seconded it.
I have Ms. Rizzi.
Okay, Ms. Rizzi. All right, it's been moved by Mr. Young and seconded by Ms. Rizzi. Are you ready to vote? All right, Madam Clerk.
Mrs. Dorr,
No.
Ms. White,
Yes.
Ms. Gibson,
Yes.
Mr. Young,
Aye.
Ms. Rizzi,
Yes.
Dr. Harris Mohammed,
Yes.
Mrs. Burke,
No.
Mrs. Page,
Can we restate the motion again so I can be clear on what I'm voting on?
Mr. Young?
The school board of the city of Richmond both affirms its 5-3 vote on December 4, 2017 to construct a new George Wythe High School and its 8-0 vote on November 16, 2020 to raise the former and now vacated Elkhart Thompson Middle School. To that end, the school board directs the administration to procure bids in 2021 for construction of a new George Wythe and demolition of Elkhart Thompson.
I still have a question. So Madam Chair.
Sure.
Because the debate is over, but I still have a question. So with this motion, we're still not clear on how the resolution impacts this motion. Is that clear?
Mr. Young?
Is that a fair statement? I don't know if Mr. Young can answer that, Superintendent.
Well, we all are confused.
I am interpreting this motion by Mr. Young to mean the following: that the RPS procurement department must in 2021 put out an RFP for the demolition of Thompson and the construction of Wythe. That is what I am taking away from this, not the city putting out an RFP, that we will do that work. If my understanding is wrong, please correct me, but that is what I am taking away from this motion.
And the
so
city,
our procurement office will work on developing an RFP that we will bring to this body for review before it gets ultimately put on the street. So that's my understanding. That's what I'm going to go with. That's what I understand this motion to mean.
but the city already has RFP for George Will?
We don't know that, Ms. Page.
Okay.
That was supposed to get started this week. We don't know that. So we need you to vote right now, yes or no.
No.
And
Continue,
Miss-
Madam Clerk.
Yes, ma'am. And Ms. Jones,
No.
motion passes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, let's move forward to 5.14, which will be the
Madam
original
Chair.
5.
Madam Chair, I had made 3 recommendations to the board which have not been addressed yet.
Madam
I
Chair,
am so sorry. Forgive me. I am so sorry. That's why I kept asking about the. Okay, go right ahead, Mr. Cameras.
I'm done. I leave it to the board
Madam-
to determine next steps.
One moment,
Madam
Mr.
Chair.
Young. Let Mr. Cameras, will you finish?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Young.
yes, ma'am. Ms. Dorr.
Go ahead, Ms. Dorr.
I move to approve the 3 recommendations as presented by Mr. Cameras.
Is there a second?
Second.
The move by Mrs. Dorr, seconded by Mrs. Page to receive and accept the 3 recommendations by the administration. Are you ready for the question? Mr. Young?
Yes, ma'am. We're ready. No comments or questions.
All right, we're ready to vote. Madam Clerk?
Mrs. Dorr,
Yes.
Mrs. White,
Yes.
Ms. Gibson,
And this has also to do with putting Altria over Woodville Elementary School.
Mr. Cameras?
Yes, the 3 recommendations are written in the board docs presentation.
Can we state the entire motion on the table, please?
Sure. Ms. Dorr, you want to repeat the motion?
Sure. I move that the school board adopts the 3 recommendations as presented by Superintendent Cambris. Recommendation 1, the administration recommends the school board amend the remainder of phase 1 to prioritize the funding as follows. First, to construction of new George Wythe. Second, constructing a new standalone career and technical center. And third, constructing a new Woodville Elementary. Recommendation 2, the administration recommends the school board charge the vacant property committee to prioritize an assessment of the current Richmond Technical Center for potential surplus to the city of Richmond. If the board approves the prioritization of a new CTE center at the new Altria site. Recommendation 3, the administration recommends that the board authorize an amendment to our current federal stimulus spend plan or to include it in our spend plan for the Biden stimulus when we formally receive notice of our award to fund an updated facilities analysis with the following objectives: assess and repair the maintenance needs of all RPS facilities, estimate all related costs, recommend a prioritized schedule for execution of the work, determine the cost of rebuilding our schools over 30 years old, and recommend a prioritized schedule for execution of this work. And I just read directly from the board presentation.
Yes, thank you so much. Okay, so where are we at this point? Were there any other comments, discussion, Mr. Young?
Madam Chair, there are, but I'm unsure how to advise since we've already.
We're in the middle of a vote.
Yes, since we already in the motion.
Yes,
Okay.
we're in the vote.
Someone just asked for it to be reread. Okay, dokie. All right. Woo, what a night.
I want to make sure, I mean, so Ms. White had a question, and based on other conversations with her, I want to,
make sure she's clear.
I want to make sure that she's clear. She voted in support, but I want to make sure she's clear.
Ms. White?
Yes, now since I've heard all 3 of them, can I amend my vote?
Yes, ma'am.
Because I feel, I had a question, but no one looked in take questions for me. But I had a question because I didn't feel that number 3 went along with number 1 and number 2.
Recommendation 3?
Yes.
And what you want to explain?
Wasn't number 3 the one where you have to get seek engineering to check the schools? Was that the one?
Mr. Cameron?
Yes, the third recommendation calls for authorization for the administration to utilize a portion of our federal funding to conduct an external facilities assessment.
Okay, and what was number one again?
To prioritize new construction as follows. Number one, George Wythe. Number two, a new career and technical center at the Altria site. And number three, Woodville Elementary.
Okay, now I have a question with that. On the prioritize, I thought we just went over that about a whole hour ago about, maybe I'm lost. I thought the first thing was going to actually be George Wythe. So am I missing something? I'm not sure.
The formal proposal was an amendment to phase one of the board's facilities plan. And so that's why George Wythe was included, because George Wythe is part of phase one. This recommendation reaffirms that George Wythe would be number one on the list.
Okay, George Wythe be number one, and Woodville be number two, or did you say number three?
Number three.
Why is it number three instead of number two?
The administration is recommending that we prioritize the Career and Technical Center, given the deep demand in the community and the city for that work, to ensure that our young people have lots of different options coming out of high school.
Okay, and so since we're prioritizing this, all three of them, so we're expecting all three of them to be built by when?
I can't say for certain. It really depends on how much money is available. All I know with any clarity is the George Wythe proposal that the city made, and that was for a fall 24 opening.
2024, right? Is that what you said?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'll stand, my vote stands.
All right. So where are we with the vote, Madam Clerk?
Ms. Gibson is next.
Yes, continuing with Ms. Gibson. I'm sorry, I was on mute.
Thank you.
Ms. Gibson,
No.
Mr. Young,
Aye.
Ms. Rizzi,
Yes.
Dr. Harris Muhammad,
Yes.
Mrs. Burke,
No.
Mrs. Page,
Wait a minute, excuse me, I'm sorry. Forgive me, I need to rescind.
okay.
I'm
Mrs.
tired, you
Burke?
all.
Yes,
I'm
ma'am.
sorry. We're voting to accept the three recommendations. Okie dokie.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right, I'm someplace else. What time is it? Yes.
We're almost done, Ms. Burke.
No, we don't, we're going close to get some water, coffee. Yes, I'm
You said
sorry.
your vote is changing to yes?
Yes, please,
Okay.
thank you.
Mrs. Page
Yes.
and Ms. Jones.
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right. Now, anything else, Mr. Cameron, with that recommendation? With
No,
that
ma'am.
list report? We're
No,
done
ma'am.
with your
Thank you.
report. Okay, so we can move on to 5.14, which will be received for action, board travel and district activity requests. Madam Clerk, do you have anything?
No, ma'am, I do not have anything this evening.
All right, and colleagues, the question has come up regarding the Head Start grant. Dr. Epp, are you
Yes.
still there? Yeah, did
Yes,
you want
ma'am.
to?
Yes, thank you. Dr. Shonda, Dr. Harris Muhammad, earlier you asked a question about the Policy Council approving, and I misspoke. The Policy Council has not approved the renewal as written, though it is not required. We certainly would prefer it. They've asked for more time to review the current draft. Unfortunately, the final grant is due on the 30th, and the next board meeting is not until the 3rd. So I just wanted to clarify that that I misspoke earlier, and happy to take any further questions.
Mr. Young, are there any questions?
Madam Chair, I see a comment from Dr. Harris Mohammed. I'm unsure if it relates to this issue.
Dr. Harris Mohammed?
Yes, ma'am, very quickly. Dr. Epp, I'm going to say I'm disappointed that you misspoke on something that heavy, because we have to know as instructional leaders if it has happened or not. I'm not going to belabor this. It is late, but I can't support people who don't recall important pieces of information. And that would have changed my vote had I known the fact that you just provided.
I understand.
I'm very concerned. I am deeply concerned that you didn't know that if it's required of the policy council, and I need to be clear, if it's required of the policy council to approve it or not, it is decent and in order to get their feedback. That's all I'm gonna say. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. All right, we will now move forward to 6, administrative business. Receive for first review the Individuals with Disabilities Act, IDEA grant.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I bring forward tonight, let me share, I'm not able to share my screen, but the presentation is here. So this is first read for the IDEA grant. Thank you very much. It is called the Special Education Annual Plan per the federal government. And this is required under the provisions of IDEA. Each year we submit a plan, which is essentially a grant application for how we intend to spend the funds in terms of IDEA Part B to provide special education services as well as related services to students with disabilities. This application is the formal agreement between our school board and the Department of Education in terms of how we will implement federal funds to achieve both federal and state laws. We request approval at the second read at the next board meeting. And we can go to the next slide, please. We base our annual budget on last year's budget, and this is our anticipated amount. As you can see, the 5-year trend is each year. In some cases, the amount awarded can fluctuate. So when we get our final award, we would certainly make adjustments in spirit with these recommendations. To note, there are 2 funds as part of this plan. One is the 611, or also known as flow through. This is for grades pre-K through 12, whereas 619 is specifically for pre-K, also known as early identification or early childhood services, early childhood special education. We are also, this is our total award. However, we set aside 15% of this award, $914,000 annually, to assist with reducing the disproportionate representation of African-American students in special education, as well as we just actually received our data, a disproportionate representation in students with special needs receiving suspensions. So that is why we set those funds available for early intervention. Our proposed allocation is very similar to the previous year. The majority of our funds are provided for salaries and benefits for exceptional education teachers, paraprofessionals, related service providers, specifically for our students with disabilities in our schools. Materials and supplies, particularly for our intensive support classrooms. Purchase services, we are required to set aside dollars for students in our private school day setting, as well as speech, additional occupational therapy or physical therapy. This also can include dedicated professional development, and there are examples of how we plan to spend those dollars. And then, as I shared earlier, we have to dedicate a portion of these dollars to coordinated early intervention services to reduce disproportionality in our special education program, and then, of course, indirect costs. On the following slide, you can see the breakdown. Again, these numbers will adjust slightly based on our final amount. If we received a significantly different amount, we would certainly bring this back to the board for consideration. But typically the final numbers are small adjustments. Thank you.
Thank you for that information for first read. Colleagues, my question to you at this point, and we also need to go into closed session. What would you be in favor of on May 3rd? Our agenda thus far is short. Would you be in favor of our moving 8.01, 8.02, and 8.03 to the May 3rd meeting? Thumbs down or thumbs up, please. Excellent. Thank you. Thank you so much. So we will include those items, but I do ask that you read what's in your board docs so you'll be familiar with it. And the next section, consent agenda, we don't have anything.
Madam Chair.
I do have, yes, sir.
I apologize. Ms. Rizzi did have a question, and
Okay.
I believe as it relates to Dr. Epps' presentation, and then Dr. Harris Mohammed had a comment that I'm unsure if it was germane to that presentation or something that you just spoke to.
Thank you so much, Mr. Young. Ms. Rizzi?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I certainly don't want to prolong this, but Dr. App, I just really would like you to talk to me just a little bit about what you mean by early intervention and how that relates to suspension of African-American students.
Yes, ma'am. So when our data, if you have disproportionate data in terms of our students who are in special education, are suspended at a slightly higher rate than is proportional to their percentage of the student population. Or the other example was early identification. So African-American students were referred for special education at a disproportionate rate compared to their other peers. We've actually since fixed that issue. But when you have either of those disproportionalities among a subgroup, the federal government requires us to put funds into early intervention to prevent either identification or referral into special education by providing interventions, or to provide behavioral supports to prevent a disproportionate, any kind of disproportionate action for students who are identified as special education. So for example, that led 2 years ago when the administration came in, that led us to invest really heavily in our RTI efforts. So we did not have a system of interventions. We did not have an MTSS, someplace call it, we call it RTI here, for academics. So we've, over the last couple of years, worked really hard to put in place a tiered set of supports to reduce the over referral of certain student bodies to special education. Does that make sense? It
makes sense. It just feels a little like off because, you know, it seems like we're blaming our kids for this when some of it might be institutional, some of it might be implicit bias, et cetera.
Exactly. I think that's exactly what the early intervention services are meant to prevent. So if there's an over-identification, you're absolutely right that can be a byproduct of implicit bias. And so as a school division, it's a corrective action for us to make sure that we are putting early supports in place so that students are not over-identified. So it's really a requirement on the adults in the system to provide better supports to prevent disproportionality in our special education services.
Are you doing anything with the adults who are judging the kids, you know, based on race, or could be doing that? I mean, it just seems like you're working on kids to stop them from being profiled in some way or another. It's not us, it's the IDEA grantees, it's their language, and I'm offended by it. So
correct. Yes, we have systems of supports academically. We train our teachers on that. We've also worked very hard to revamp our referral processes and have put in place over the last couple of years stronger practices around child study teams, and tried to make those more consistent so that when a referral comes and a child is actually evaluated, there is a solid history of data that despite interventions to show that there is actually some disability versus an environmental or other factor that could, or a language barrier or something like that, that could be leading to a misidentification.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I think someone else had a question. Was it Dr. Harris Muhammad?
Yes, ma'am. Madam Chair, I have a recommendation to add to your recommendation. Because we're not voting on 10.01 and 10.02, if we could also move that to the May 3rd meeting. And I want the public to know we're not kicking the can down the road about the transcripts. We have a serious closed session, and I do want us to work on, as we all are committed to not having continue late meetings, as we all are trying not to do. And I appreciate my school board colleagues, I really do. But if we could consider that recommendation, thumbs up, thumbs down.
Thumbs up, thumbs down. My thumb looks funny. All right, very good. I don't see many smiles right now. All right, so it's an agreement that we move number 8. Number 9 is done. Number 10 to our next meeting. Number 11, is there any new business? Number 12, I know you all have announcements.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, who's on the list, Mr. Young? Dr. Muhammad Harris? Dr.
Yes,
Harris
ma'am.
Muhammad, excuse me.
Thank you, that's all right, that's all right. I just would like to announce that I am excited to host a virtual teacher appreciation dance in May, on May the 7th. And I'm inviting all of my school board colleagues to join in if they like. You don't have to have a whole lot of rhythm. And I'm sponsoring this for the awesome 6th district teachers. But listen, ladies and gentlemen, it's open to everybody, because everybody is, in my opinion, all teachers should be teacher of the year. You've done great things. So on May the 7th, the flyer and information will be posted tomorrow. Give me a couple of hours to get that posted for you on through social media. And it would tell you how to register. And also, you don't know how to contact me, I make sure you know how to do that. But May the 7th at 7 o'clock, I am planning, along with some wonderful teachers and Dr. Sade Harris, and I believe Casey, they have really put a beautiful flyer together. It's not my credit. I cannot take the credit. I give the credit to them because they did that for me. And so I really appreciate that. But May the 7th at 7 o'clock. So get ready to line dance and all of those good things. Thank you.
Thank you. Sounds like fun. I did that last year with the 7th district and we had a ball. So count me in. I hope I'm free on that evening. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We're now ready to receive the motion to go into close. Mr. Young?
Madam Chair, I'm sorry. There were a couple other persons.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Okie dokie. Trying to move on. Mr. Young, who else did?
Yes, ma'am. Miss White, then Miss Gibson, and then yours truly had a very, very brief announcement.
All right, Miss White.
Thank you, Madam President. First of all, I would like to thank the Department of Facility Services for RPS, Mr. Timothy Brown, and Mr. Morris Green, who took me around to the 2nd District schools on Friday to review the schools inside, as well as some of the work that is being done on the bathrooms and things that we need to make happen in order for the schools to start. So both of them, I like to give kudos, and may the work continue for the 2nd District schools.
Thank you so much, Ms. White. Ms. Gibson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to share, I attended the Code RVA board meeting this past week, and updates were shared by the administration regarding the per pupil costs increasing.
Okay.
There's going to be a follow-up board meeting to vote on that as a board. Also in attendance was Ms. Autumn Neighbors, who works in the district.
Mhm.
My hope is that, that we receive updates regarding our budget information, and that obviously that increase is included, so that I can vote accordingly at our next Code RVA meeting.
Ms. Gibson, would you do this for me on our committees listing, which that is we're going to discuss that the next meeting, but we can update that. We have you listed as the representative attending, but we weren't sure of the dates and time. So can you email to Mrs. Collins so we can put that in the slot?
Absolutely.
Yeah, you'll see it when you go into the, if you may have already seen it, 8.01, there's some holes there. So we didn't have your date. So that's perfect. I'm glad that you attended. So if you would give us that, then we can move forward. Mr. Young?
Yes, ma'am. Just real briefly, I'm pleased to share that the Board of Directors at the Appomattox Regional Governor's School authorized the hiring of a new executive director, specifically Dr. Megan Tania, who is currently a principal in Fluvanna County. Thank you, Madam Chair. And Ms. Dorr also had a comment, Madam Chair.
Okay, and colleagues, moving forward as well, we want to hear this, but we want that documentation that should be a part of that. I'll check on it tomorrow, the school board policy. So we'll know those names. We'll have that information before us. So if you would just type up a one sentence, attended meeting, new director, that would be perfect. We'll talk about it tomorrow, Jonathan. Ms. Dorr?
Two things. First, I want to thank Ms. Valerie Schwartz, for teacher at Mumford, for inviting me to a roundtable discussion on Eureka Math. It was very illuminating to get a teacher's perspective on the curriculum and the challenges and the opportunities as it relates to what we're doing with our students. So I appreciated the behind the scenes look at what some of our teachers are doing. And two, I would like to request at a future meeting a discussion around scheduling, specifically as it relates to middle school schedules. And I'm hearing sort of different things about different middle school schedules at different middle schools. And I would just like to understand what's going on in our district as it relates to block scheduling or number of electives, et cetera. I think as part of this discussion, it would be great to get an update, a refreshed update on our number of electives per student offered at our middle schools and high schools to make sure that we are offering the same level of enrichment at our middle and high schools. So I'm happy to put that in an email to you all, but just would
you be so kind? Because tomorrow, as you well know, we have our meeting.
Yes, thank you.
Our agenda setting. I would like to add then today I was pleased to meet with the Brigadier General or someone on that order for the cyber security program. Franklin Military Academy and or military school in Huntsville, Alabama have both submitted applications, and that right now many military schools did. But if this plan passes, if Franklin Military Academy gets the go-ahead to implement this program also through HUD on cyber security, we are delighted. I wasn't able to attend the whole meeting because of getting ready for board meeting, but Franklin Military Academy looks great. The presentation was excellent, and we're in the final two. How about that? For cyber security program is sponsored by and supported by the military. So I'm real pleased, and thank you, Dr. Sade Harris, for sending Grady there to attend as well. I know he has notes that I didn't get, but it was an excellent meeting.